Welcome, dear viewers, to a tranquil evening where the gentle whispers of spring invite us to renew our spirits and enjoy peaceful stories together. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend this serene moment with us. Let go of your worries and embrace the warmth of this night. Allow the soothing sounds of our video to guide you into relaxation. Cozy up, settle in, and let the gentle narration carry you away on a journey of calm and comfort. Story 1. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers. Not the frightening kind that make children pull blankets over their heads, but the gentle sort that seem to hum from the very walls themselves. The soft creak of seasoned timber settling into its foundations, the distant tinkle of wind chimes on the porch, and the rustle of the great willow tree whose leaves brushed against the attic window like fingertips offering a secret. It was in that very attic on a rain-softened afternoon that a young girl found the compass. Her name was Clara, and she had been sent to fetch an old quilt for her grandmother. The air up there was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and dust motes danced in the slanted rays of light filtering through the round window. While reaching for the quilt, her hand brushed against a small wooden box tucked away behind a stack of leather-bound books. It was no larger than her palm, carved from dark cherry wood and worn smooth with age. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any she had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows, and its needle was not of iron, but of what looked like spun silver. It did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something. WHRRR, click. A soft, mechanical sound emerged from it, followed by a gentle, golden glow that pulsed like a sleepy heartbeat. Clara held it in her cupped hands, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. This was no ordinary compass. It was a thing of magic, discovered in the most ordinary of places. That evening, as the fire crackled in the hearth downstairs, Clara examined the compass by the soft light of her bedside lamp. The needle continued its slow, deliberate dance. She soon discovered that if she held a specific thought in her mind, a question, a worry, a hope, the needle would grow still and point unerringly in a single direction. It did not point to places on a map, but to something far more precious. It pointed toward what was needed. On this particular night, as a soft wind whispered through the willow leaves outside, Clara thought of her grandmother. Lately, a quiet sadness had seemed to settle over her, a fog that even their afternoon teas and shared stories couldn't quite lift. Clara held the compass and thought, what does grandmother need? The silver needle spun, whirring softly, before clicking to a stop. It pointed directly out her bedroom door, down the stairs, and toward the garden. Clara's journey began not with a suitcase or a map, but with a deep, steadying breath. She pulled on her warmest dressing gown and, holding the glowing compass before her, stepped out into the moonlit hall. The floorboards sighed under her feet. This was a journey measured not in miles, but in the courage it took to step into the unknown dark, guided only by a whisper of magic. Her first helper appeared at the bottom of the stairs. It was Barnaby, the old striped tomcat who ruled the house with a quiet, purring authority. He was curled on the rug, but one green eye cracked open as she descended. "And where might you be off to at this hour, little one?" his rumbling purr seemed to say. He uncurled himself with a luxurious stretch, his tail forming a graceful question mark in the air. "The compass is leading me to the garden," Clara whispered, holding it out. Barnaby sniffed the artifact, his whiskers twitching. Sniff, sniff. "Ah, the needle of necessity," he purred, his voice the sound of gravel and honey. "It hasn't glowed like that in many a year. Well, you'll not be wandering about in the dark alone. The garden at night has its own rules. I shall accompany you. I know the paths." With Barnaby padding silently beside her, his purr a steady, comforting motor, Clara unlatched the back door and stepped into the night. The garden was a world transformed. Moonlight silvered the petals of the sleeping flowers, and the air was cool and sweet with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. Rustle, rustle went the leaves in the gentle breeze. In the distance, the church bell in the village tower chimed 11 times, each note clear and round as a pearl dropping into a pool of silence. The compass needle led them down a flagstone path, past the rose arbor, and toward the old oak tree at the garden's far edge. As they approached, a flurry of movement came from a knot-hole in the trunk. A small, bright-eyed finch hopped out, her feathers fluffed in indignation. "Who goes there? State your business. These are private branches," she chirped, her voice a rapid, musical twitter. Barnaby sat, wrapping his tail neatly around his paws. "Peace, Alara. It is Clara, and she carries the needle." The finch Alara cocked her head, her tiny black eyes reflecting the compass's golden glow. "The needle, well, that is a different tune altogether. What does it seek?" "It seeks what my grandmother needs," Clara explained. Oh my." Alara chirped, hopping from one foot to the other in excitement. "A noble quest, the needle is never wrong, but the way may be tangled. I shall fly ahead and scout the path for you. My eyes are sharp in the moonlight." And with a whir of wings, she zipped ahead, a tiny, feathered scout in the vastness of the night. The little procession continued, a girl, a cat, and a bird, bound together by a shared purpose. The path led them to a tiny, forgotten gate woven into the hedge at the very back of the garden. It was choked with ivy and looked as if it hadn't been opened in 100 years. This was the challenge. The compass needle pointed insistently through the gate. Clara pushed at the weathered wood, but it wouldn't budge. She pulled at the ivy, but its roots were deep and strong. A feeling of frustration began to prickle at her. She had come so far, but a wall of leaves and old timber was stopping her. "Patience, little one," Barnaby purred, rubbing against her leg. "Force is rarely the answer. Look more closely." Alara landed on the gate post. "It's very old, the latch is rusted shut. Perhaps we need a tool." But Clara remembered the compass's nature. It didn't point to tools, it pointed to what was needed. She looked not at the gate, but at the ivy. She saw how gently it held the gate, not in malice, but in a protective embrace. Instead of tearing at it, she began to speak to it in a soft, respectful voice. "Thank you for guarding this gate for so long," she whispered, her fingers gently stroking a leaf. "The one who planted you must have loved this place very much, but we mean no harm. We only wish to pass through to find something that is needed." As she spoke, a wonderful thing happened. The ivy, as if understanding her kind words, began to stir. It didn't retreat, but it loosened its grip, its leaves rustling softly, shhh, as it rearranged itself, creating a narrow archway, just wide enough for Clara to step through. The challenge was solved not with strength or a key, but with patience and a kind heart. On the other side of the gate was a small, hidden clearing Clara had never seen before. It was a secret garden within a garden. In its center stood a single, magnificent lavender bush, its purple spikes glowing in the moonlight. And nestled at its roots was a tiny, trembling ball of gray fur. It was a young field mouse, separated from its family, its eyes wide with fear. The compass needle glowed its brightest, pointing directly at the mouse. This was what was needed. Not a treasure or a potion, but a lost, frightened creature. Then Clara understood. The compass had not led her to a thing for her grandmother, but to an action. It had led her to an opportunity for kindness. Her grandmother's sadness had made the whole house feel a little colder, a little quieter. And what better way to warm a home than with an act of gentle compassion? "Oh, you poor dear," Clara murmured, kneeling slowly so as not to frighten it further. The mouse shrank back. "Allow me," purred Barnaby. He did not stalk or crouch. Instead, he sat a respectful distance away, closed his eyes, and began to purr, a deep, resonant, soothing sound that vibrated through the earth. The mouse's trembling began to subside. "I see his family," Clara tweeted from a branch above. "They are in the stone wall nearby. They are calling for him." Clara carefully cupped her hands and held them out. The mouse, soothed by Barnaby's purring and reassured by Clara's gentle presence, hesitantly scrambled into her palms. It was light as a feather and warm as a secret. She carried it carefully to the stone wall where, sure enough, a cluster of anxious little noses twitched from a crack. She gently placed the mouse down, and it scurried into the safety of the wall, greeted by a chorus of relieved squeaks. As the mouse family was reunited, something else happened. The magnificent lavender bush seemed to sigh, and its fragrance intensified, washing over the clearing in a calming, sweet wave. On impulse, Clara carefully broke off a single, perfect spike of lavender. This was the gift. Not the plant itself, but the memory of this night, the scent of this act of kindness. The journey back was lighter, filled with a quiet joy. Clara flew ahead, singing a triumphant little song. Barnaby walked with a regal pride, his purr a constant, comforting hum. The compass in Clara's pocket was now still and dark, its work complete. The house welcomed them back with its familiar, cozy whispers. The fire in the hearth had died down to embers that winked like friendly eyes. Clara crept into her grandmother's room. The old woman was sleeping, but a faint worry line was etched on her brow. Clara gently placed the spike of lavender on her bedside table. The moment its scent reached her, the line on her grandmother's brow softened. A small, peaceful smile touched her lips, and she sighed, a sound of pure contentment. The next morning over breakfast, her grandmother looked brighter, her eyes clearer. "I had the most wonderful dream," she said, sipping her tea. "A dream about a secret garden and a kind little mouse. And the strangest thing, I can still smell the lavender from my dream." Clara simply smiled, the secret of the compass warm in her heart. She had traveled far, though she had never left her garden. She had faced a challenge and overcome it with kindness. And she had learned that the most extraordinary magic is often found in the simplest, most ordinary acts of love. The compass had shown her that what we often need most is not something to be found, but something to be given. And as the sun rose over Willow Lane, warming the old stones of the house, Clara knew that this would not be her last journey with the needle of necessity. For there are always hearts in need of a little kindness, always secrets waiting in quiet attics, and always, always friends to be found in the moonlit garden, if only one has the courage to look. The gentle tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall and the soft purr-ah-rah-rah-rah-rah of Barnaby, curled once more on the rug, sang a lullaby of a journey complete, a heart comforted in a home once again filled with warmth. Story 2. The attic was a kingdom of quiet things, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light and the air smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. It was here, on a day when the rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, that a young girl named Anya found herself seeking shelter from the boredom of a quiet afternoon. She had been tracing the water-stained patterns on an old steamer trunk when her fingers brushed against a small, brass object tucked beneath a stack of yellowed sheet music. It was a kaleidoscope, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its body was cool and smooth, etched with swirling patterns that looked like vines holding sleeping birds. One end had a tarnished eyepiece, and the other was capped with a piece of cloudy, sea glass-like material. With a soft click, she lifted it to her eye. She expected a shower of colored glass. Instead, she saw a world. A miniature forest, perfect and deep, where tiny leaves rustled in a breeze she could not feel. A path of white pebbles wound between trees with silver bark, and in the distance she heard the faint, clear chime of a bell, like a droplet of sound falling into a pool of silence. It wasn't a pattern, it was a place. And as she watched, a tiny, anxious figure, no bigger than her thumbnail, darted into view. It was a mouse dressed in a waistcoat of faded velvet, wringing its little paws and looking desperately up at her, as if it knew she was there. Anya's heart gave a little leap. She pulled the kaleidoscope from her eye, and the vision vanished. The attic was just an attic again. But when she looked back through the eyepiece, the mouse was still there, now jumping up and down with urgency. This was the beginning of a journey, though Anya's feet never left the dusty attic floor. It was a journey measured not in miles, but in the quiet, thrumming beat of her own courage. A soft purr rumbled from a nearby box of winter woolens. A moment later, a great, fluffy ginger cat named Marmalade emerged, blinking his golden eyes slowly. He was old, and his purr was like a little engine that had been running for years. "You found the looking-through glass," he murmured, his voice a deep, velvety rumble. He patted over and nudged her hand with his head. "A serious thing, that is Pip you're seeing. He's the keeper of the lost chimes, and it seems he's lost one." Anya looked back through the kaleidoscope. The little mouse, Pip, was now holding up a tiny, trembling sign painted on a birch leaf. It read, "The grand chime is gone." "How can I help?" Anya whispered, her breath fogging the cool brass. "You must listen," Marmalade purred, settling into a loaf shape beside her. "And you must speak, the glass carries both, but be warned, the world within is shy. Loudness and haste will blur the vision, only patience makes it clear." And so, curled up on an old quilt with the rain whispering its steady pitter-patter on the roof, Anya began her quest. She held the kaleidoscope steady and spoke in a soft, gentle tone. "Hello, Pip, my name is Anya. I'd like to help you find the grand chime." Inside the glass, Pip stopped his frantic dancing. He cupped his little ears, his whole body straining to listen. Then he gave a joyful little hop and scurried off down the pebbled path, beckoning her to follow with a wave of his paw. Anya's view moved with him, as if she were floating gently above. They traveled through dappled sunlight that fell through a canopy of emerald leaves, swish, rustle, sigh, past a brook that chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The sounds were faint, like memories of sounds, but they were there. Pip chattered as he went, his voice a high, tinny squeak that the kaleidoscope translated into words in her mind. "It was the weeping willow's fault," he squeaked, pointing an accusing paw at a magnificent tree whose long, trailing branches swept the ground. "She was so sad last night, her sighs were so heavy, they shook the chime from its branch." As they approached the willow, a new voice joined the symphony of the forest. It was a low, mournful sound, like a cello playing a lonely tune. It was the willow herself, and her long leaves trembled with each sorrowful breath. "Oh," she wept, her voice the sound of wind through long grass. "The light is fading, the summer is old. My leaves will fall, and I shall be bare and cold." Pip stamped his foot. "See, she's always like this when the seasons turn, and now she's lost our most important chime, the one that rings in the dawn and sings the sun to sleep." Anya felt a pang of sympathy for the great tree. She remembered feeling that same hollow sadness on the last day of a holiday. She didn't shout or demand. She simply held the glass steady and let her voice be as soft as the quilt beneath her. "Dear Willow," Anya said, "why are you so sad?" The weeping branches stilled for a moment. The tree seemed to be listening. "Who speaks with such a quiet heart?" the willow whispered. "It is Anya from the other side of the glass. Pip says you are sad, and that your sadness shook the grand chime loose." "Oh," the willow cried, her branches shuddering. "It is true, I am a burden. I have ruined everything. I do not deserve my roots in this good earth." This was the challenge. Not a dragon to slay or a mountain to climb, but a sadness so deep it had shaken the music from the world. Anya knew that impatience or frustration would only make the willow weep harder, blurring the vision in the kaleidoscope into a swirl of gray tears. The solution would have to be woven from kindness and a clever sort of patience. Marmalade, Anya whispered, not taking her eye from the glass. What do willows love? The old cat, who had been snoozing peacefully, opened one eye. They love stories, he rumbled. Stories of the sun on their bark. They are terrible rememberers of good things, you see. They only recall the chill, not the warmth. An idea, small and delicate as a new leaf, unfurled in Anya's mind. Willow, she said gently, you feel the summer is old, but can you tell me about the first day of spring? What did the sun feel like on your new buds? The willow was silent for a long time. The only sound was the distant drip, drip, drip of rain from the attic eaves and the soft rumble of Marmalade's purr. Then a tiny, hesitant voice emerged. It was warm, the willow whispered. Like a blanket being laid upon my branches, the light was the color of pale butter. And what about the baby birds who learned to fly from your branches this summer? Anya prompted, her voice as coaxing as a soft breeze. Can you remember their first song? A slight warmth seemed to seep into the willow's voice. There were three. Their voices were small and scratchy, but they tried so very hard. Pip, who had been scowling, slowly sat down, his little whiskers twitching with curiosity. He was listening, too. One by one, Anya helped the willow remember. The busy humming of the bumblebees in her catkins, the gentle weight of a ladybug sleeping on a leaf, the way the moon painted her branches in silver on Midsummer's Eve. With each remembered joy, the willow's weeping sighs softened. Her branches, which had been slumped in despair, began to lift ever so slightly. The gray, blurry sorrow in the kaleidoscope cleared, and the colors of the forest within grew brighter, richer. Finally, the willow gave a great, shuddering sigh, but this one was not of sadness. It was a sigh of relief, like letting go of a heavy weight she had carried for too long. Oh, she breathed, her voice now like the rustle of happy leaves. I had forgotten all the light. And as she spoke, her longest branch lifted high, and there, nestled securely in a fork where the wood was soft and deep, was the grand chime. It was a single perfect piece of crystal, shaped like a teardrop, and it caught the light of the miniature world and held it, shimmering. It wasn't lost. Pip squeaked, his voice full of wonder. It was safe. You were holding it all along. The willow looked surprised, then gently, carefully, she lowered the branch so Pip could scramble up and retrieve the precious chime. He held it aloft, and though Anya could not hear it from her world, she saw the other, smaller chimes hanging from nearby branches tremble in response. The entire forest seemed to glow with a soft, internal light. Pip turned and bowed deeply to Anya. The weeping willow, who was now just the willow, dipped her branches in a graceful gesture of thanks. Anya slowly lowered the kaleidoscope. The attic was warm and safe, filled with the cozy sounds of the sleeping cat and the gentle rain. Her heart felt full and quiet. She had been brave not by fighting, but by listening. She had been clever not by trickery, but by asking the right, gentle questions. She had fixed a broken thing with patience and kindness. She placed the looking-through glass carefully back in its spot beneath the sheet music. She knew it would be there if she needed it again, a doorway to a world where small creatures had large problems, and where the greatest adventures were measured in the growth of one's own heart. That night, as she lay in her bed, the storm having passed and the world outside washed clean, she thought she heard it. A single, pure, distant chime, ringing softly on the edge of her dreams. It was a sound of thanks, and of a promise that even in the most ordinary of places, like a dusty attic, extraordinary secrets of courage and kindness were waiting to be found, just by someone willing to look and to listen. Story 3. The night was a velvet curtain, pierced only by the soft, rising sparks of distant fireflies, each one a tiny ember carrying wishes into the dark. It was on such a night, wrapped in the gentle hush of the world, settling into dreams, that a young girl named Anya first noticed the path she had never seen before. It wasn't a path of stone or earth, but one of woven moonlight and the faint, sweet scent of slumbering honeysuckle. It spiraled upwards from her bedroom window into the star-dusted expanse above. Anya was a quiet child, with a heart that listened more than it spoke. Around her neck, on a simple silver chain, hung a small velvet pouch. Inside was not a jewel or a coin, but a pinch of earth from her grandmother's garden, rich, dark, and smelling of rain and roots. It was her touchstone, her piece of home, a comfort against the unknown. The moonlight path felt cool and solid beneath her bare feet, like polished silk. With each step the air grew softer, filled with the faint, chiming music of distant bells. She was climbing into the clouds, but they were not the cold, damp mist she knew from Earth. These were warm, billowing mountains of sponge sugar and swan's down. They held her weight gently, and their scent was of vanilla and ozone, clean and soothing. This was the Eyrie, a city built upon the clouds themselves. Towers of pearlescent shells spiraled towards a sky alive with shifting colors, not the harsh sun of day, but a gentle, underground aurora that pulsed from deep within the cloud mass. The streets were rivers of soft, glowing moss that yielded like sponge cake underfoot. This was the first of the great landmarks, the luminous causeway, and it pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, a heartbeat guiding travelers. Anya soon discovered she was not alone. Floating towards her were creatures of pure, shimmering light. They had no distinct shape, flowing from one elegant form to another, a swooping bird, a curling fern, a dancing child. They were the Lumina, and they did not speak with words. As one drew near, it swelled with a soft, golden light, and a melody filled Anya's mind, a simple, questioning tune that felt like a sunrise. She understood its meaning. You are new. Why have you come? She had no grand answer. She had simply followed the path. But as she thought of her reason, her fingers went to the velvet pouch at her chest. She thought of the deep, comforting smell of home soil, and a memory surfaced, her grandmother telling her that the most beautiful songs are often the ones we help others to sing. Just then, she noticed something. The gentle pulse of the luminous causeway was faltering in one section. The light was dim, the rhythm stuttering. The lumina around that area swirled in anxious, discordant patterns, their music becoming a sad minor key. They were trying to heal it, pouring their own light into the moss, but it was like trying to fill a cracked vase. The light simply seeped away into the cloud below. Anya felt a pull, a deep desire to help. This was her reason, found not in seeking, but in seeing a need. She approached the faltering section of the causeway. Kneeling, she pressed her hand against the moss. It felt tired and thin, its usual spongy resilience gone. She closed her eyes and tried to pour her own goodwill into it, but nothing happened. A different creature then approached, one she had not seen before. It was small and furry, with eyes like liquid amber and paws that seemed to be made of woven silk. It was one of the silken paws, creatures who communicated not with light or sound, but with gentle touch. It placed its soft paw on her knee, and a flood of understanding washed over her, images, not words. She saw a great, crystalline tree deep within the cloud city, its roots drinking from a spring of liquid starlight. She saw one of its roots, brittle and cracked, and understood that the causeway's illness was a reflection of the tree's distress. The tree of echoing roots was the second great landmark, the source of all connection in the Eyrie. The silken paw took her by the hand, its touch as light as a dandelion seed, and led her away from the causeway, through arches of singing crystal that hummed as they passed. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of old paper and ink, of forgotten stories and new discoveries. They arrived at a place that felt both immense and intimate, a library, but one without walls. Books floated in the air, their pages turning slowly as if breathed upon by the universe itself. This was the archive of size, the library between dimensions, the third landmark. Here every whisper of knowledge, every solved mystery was stored. A lumina, larger and burning with a steady blue flame, floated before a particular tome. It glowed and the book opened, its pages showing illustrations of the tree of echoing roots. The knowledge flowed into Anya. The tree was not sick from malice, but from loneliness. A vital part of its core, a heart seed, had been carried away by a playful wind current seasons ago and become lost. The tree was fading, and with it, the connections it fostered throughout the area. The quest was clear. She had to find the heart seed. The silken paw nuzzled her hand, offering to guide her, while the blue lumina detached a tiny fragment of its own light, placing it in Anya's palm. It was a compass of intent, which would grow warmer as she drew nearer her goal. Their journey led them down, through layers of cloud that grew denser and cooler, into the undersky. Here, the world was inverted. The ground was a firmament of darkest blue, and above them, where a ceiling should be, flowed the underground aurora she had seen from the eyrie. It was a cavern of impossible dimensions, the ribboned cavern, and its walls were encrusted with minerals that drank the aurora's light and glowed with their own soft, internal fire. The air smelled of wet stone and lightning, and the sound was a profound, resonant silence, broken only by the chime of water droplets falling into hidden pools. The compass in her hand grew warm. They were close. Following its pull, they came to a small grotto where the aurora light pooled most brightly. And there, nestled in a cradle of amethyst crystals, was the heart seed. It was not a seed as she knew it, but a swirling miniature galaxy, no larger than her thumb, pulsing with a soft, warm light. It smelled of fresh dew and the very first moment of dawn. But as she reached for it, the air around the seed shimmered. A guardian woven from the very threads of the aurora emerged. It was a being of breathtaking beauty and profound sadness, a wisp of captured light that had grown attached to the seed's lonely radiance. It did not attack, but simply stood between her and the seed, its form flickering with a silent plea. Anya understood. This was not a monster to be fought, but a lonely heart to be reasoned with. Words were useless. Light might be misunderstood. She thought of her grandmother's garden, of the simple, grounding truth of the earth. She slowly opened her velvet pouch and took out a tiny pinch of the dark, fragrant soil. She did not throw it, but held it out on her palm, an offering. She then took the compass of intent, the tiny fragment of the blue lumina's light, and held it beside the soil. One was a piece of a quest, of a community yearning to be whole. The other was a piece of home, of stability and growth. Together, they represented two kinds of love. The Aurora Guardian drifted closer. It bent over her hand, and a single shimmering tear, cool as starlight, fell onto the soil. In that moment, understanding passed between them. The Guardian saw that its loneliness was keeping a whole world from its joy. With a final, graceful bow, it stepped aside. Anya gently lifted the heart seed. It was warm and smooth, like a sun-warmed pebble from a river bed. The journey back was a blur of rising and light. When they arrived at the tree of echoing roots, the great crystal structure was visibly dimmer, its song a faint rasp. Anya, guided by the silken paw's nudges, placed the heart seed into a small, empty hollow at the base of the trunk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single pure note rang out, clear as a bell, washing over the entire area. A wave of light erupted from the tree, racing up its trunk and out through its branches, flowing down the roots and into the luminous causeway. The moss beneath their feet swelled with renewed life, its pulse strong and steady once more. The lumina swelled in brilliant, harmonious chords, their light painting the cloud towers in joyous colors. The tree of echoing roots stood radiant, its crystal leaves chiming a symphony of reconnection. Anya's work was done. The path of moonlight was waiting to lead her home. The silken paw rubbed its head against her leg in a final, grateful touch, and the blue lumina glowed its thanks, a melody of deep peace settling in her heart. As she walked back down the silken path, the first hints of dawn tinting the edges of the sky, she felt different. She had not just helped save a magical realm, she had found a piece of herself in the quiet act of listening, of understanding, and of offering a piece of her home to heal another's loneliness. She slipped back into her room, the scent of honeysuckle and vanilla clinging to her nightclothes. As she lay in her bed, the warm weight of the velvet pouch against her chest, she knew it now held more than just earth. It held the memory of billowing clouds, of chiming crystals, of light that sang and touch that spoke, and the profound truth that even the smallest heart, carrying a piece of home, can help mend a world. And with that comforting thought held close, she drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, under a sky that no longer felt quite so distant. Story 4. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was called Kaelin, from the planet Veridia, where the very air shimmered with soft green light, and the inhabitants communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin. The other was named Rin, from the crystalline world of Xylos, where thoughts were shared through gentle, bell-like harmonies that chimed in the air around them. Their first meeting happened by chance, when both their small exploration vessels were drawn toward the same shimmering nebula, a place known as the Whispering Vale. Kaelin's ship, grown from living wood and threaded with glowing moss, had been caught in a gentle solar tide. Rin's vessel, carved from singing crystal, had strayed too close to a magnetic bloom. Drifting helplessly, they found one another amid the swirling pastels of gas and light, two lonely travelers in the vast and silent deep. At first, they did not know how to speak. Kaelin's skin bloomed with worried amber spirals, while Rin's form resonated with a low, uncertain hum. But soon Kaelin extended a hand, and from their fingertips drifted a soft blue light, the color of calm on Veridia. Rin in turn chimed a clear, rising note, the sound of greeting among their people. It was not language as either knew it, but something deeper, something understood in the heart before it reached the mind. Together they guided their damaged ships toward a small, forgotten planetoid nestled within the nebula's embrace. There they discovered a cavern system lined with lucent crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. It was here they decided to build a shelter, not a home for one, but a sanctuary for two. Kaelin, with their deep connection to living things, cultivated glowing fungi and star moss in the rich soil near a thermal vent. Rin shaped the crystals with their resonant voice, tuning them until they hummed in harmony, filling the space with a gentle, ever-present music. They called their shared haven the Luminous Hollow, a place where light and sound wove together into something warm, something safe. But not every moment was seamless. There were times when their differences led to confusion and even quiet distress. One afternoon, as Kaelin arranged a bed of phosphorescent blossoms in a spiral pattern, a gesture of gratitude in their culture, Rin accidentally stepped through it, thinking it mere decoration. Kaelin's skin flushed a deep, bruised violet, the color of sorrow. Rin, not understanding, chimed a questioning tone. It took many soft blue lights and gentle, rising notes before Kaelin could show, without words, that the spiral was a gift, a thank you for friendship. Rin, in turn, shaped a new crystal into a perfect spiral and set it glowing at the heart of the garden. They both learned that day, one to tread more carefully, the other to explain with patience. Another time, Rin began to sing a complex, layered melody, a Xylosian lullaby. To Rin, it was a song of comfort. But Kaelin, whose people experienced sound as subtle vibrations rather than notes, grew uneasy at the high, piercing harmonies. Their skin paled to a worried gray. It was only when Rin noticed and softened the song into a single, warm tone that Kaelin relaxed, their skin returning to its usual soft green. They laughed then, not at each other, but with one another, a shared delight in learning how to care. In the evenings, they would often climb to the highest point of the hollow, where the crystal ceiling thinned to transparency, and sit together beneath a canopy of swirling nebula and distant suns. Kalen's colors would shift slowly, painting stories of forest planets and rain that fell upward. Rin's harmonies wove tales of mountains that rang like bells and skies filled with drifting, musical spores. They did not need a common tongue to share these memories. The feelings flowed between them, a sense of wonder, a touch of homesickness, the quiet joy of companionship. One night, as a particularly bright star pulsed in the distance, Kalen glowed a soft, steady gold, the color of deep affection. Rin answered with a chime so pure and tender, it seemed to hang in the air long after the sound had faded. In that moment, they both understood something that transcended color and song, that kindness needs no translation. It is felt in the gentle touch, the shared silence, the willingness to listen even when words are absent. As seasons turned in that far-off corner of space, their sanctuary grew ever more beautiful. New plants bloomed in response to Rin's music. Crystals learned to pulse in time with Kalen's glowing patterns. They had created not just a shelter, but a small world where two cultures had softly, gently become one. And when the day came that their ships were repaired, and the call of home grew strong in both their hearts, they did not say goodbye. Instead, they made a promise, not in words, but in a shared language of light and sound that they alone understood. They would return again and again to the luminous hollow. For they had learned that friendship, once rooted, cannot be undone by distance. It lingers like starlight, traveling across the dark to remind us we are not alone. And so, under the quiet watch of 1,000 distant suns, two friends from separate worlds parted, not with sorrow, but with the quiet certainty that some bonds are written not in words, but in the heart of the universe itself. And in the luminous hollow, the crystals still hum, and the star moss still glows, waiting patiently for their return. Story 5. Story 6. Story 7. In the quiet hamlet of Stillwater Bend, nestled between a silver-veined river and an ancient forest, peculiar things had begun to occur. It started subtly, as such things often do. The village baker, a gentle woman named Rowan, noticed it first. She'd been drawing water from the well at dawn when she saw that the morning glory blossoms, which always unfurled a brilliant cobalt blue, had bloomed instead a soft, pearlescent gray. Later that day, the town's oldest clock tower, known for its dependable sonorous chime, struck 13 quiet, silvery notes at noon. The most wondrous and unsettling change, however, was discovered by a young, thoughtful boy named Finn. Finn loved the night sky. He had a worn, hand-drawn map of the constellations given to him by his grandfather, and he knew them all by heart. But one evening, as he lay on a woolen blanket in his backyard, he saw that the smallest star in the Little Dipper's handle, a star his grandfather had called the timid spark, was gone. Not clouded over, but simply absent, leaving a tiny, dark void in the familiar pattern. The village hummed with a curious, not fearful, excitement. Whispers wove through the market stalls, accompanied by the gentle plink-plonk of rain chains dangling from the eaves. The weaver's looms clacked a steady rhythm, and the breeze played a soft melody on the wind chimes hanging outside every door, but beneath it all was a shared question: what was happening to Stillwater Bend? Finn decided he would find out. He was a boy who believed that most problems were just puzzles waiting for the right piece to be found. He carried with him his grandfather's constellation map and a heart full of empathy for the world around him. His first clue came from an old nursery rhyme, one the village children sang while skipping rope near the cobblestone square. When the clock tower counts one more, and gray the morning glories weep, seek the path of forgotten lore, where starlight secrets lie asleep. Finn had heard the clock tower count one more. He had seen the gray morning glories. The path of forgotten lore had to be the old forest path, a trail marked on his map that few used anymore. With a satchel of honey cakes and a determined spirit, he set off. The forest was a cathedral of quiet sounds. Gentle rain pattered on the broad leaves of chestnut trees, and a distant stream gurgled its ancient song. Finn walked slowly, his eyes not just looking, but truly seeing. He noticed that the moss grew thicker on the northern side of the trees, just as his grandfather had taught him. He saw a family of rabbits pause, not in fear, but in quiet observation, their noses twitching as he passed. Deep into the path, he found his first red herring, though it led to a delightful discovery. A flash of crimson in the undergrowth turned out to be a fox with an injured paw, caught in a tangle of thorny brambles. The mystery of the village could wait. Finn sat beside the fox, speaking in low, soothing tones. He carefully worked the brambles free, sharing a piece of his honey cake with the creature. Once freed, the fox didn't dart away. Instead, it nudged Finn's hand with its nose, then limped towards a nearby oak, pushing aside a curtain of ivy with its head to reveal a small, hidden spring. The water shimmered with an unusual, internal light. Finn drank from his hands, and the water tasted of cold starlight and wild mint, filling him with a profound sense of peace. It was not the answer, but it felt like a gift. Refreshed, he continued until the path ended at a clearing he'd never seen before. In its center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying like a dancer's arms. And there, nestled in the high grass, was an enormous, iridescent snail shell, large enough for Finn to peer into. As he looked, he didn't see a snail, but a swirling miniature cosmos within, a tiny, perfect replica of the night sky. And there, floating in the miniature void, was the missing timid spark, pulsing with a soft, lonely light. Finn understood then. This was no theft or disaster. This was a relocation. But why? He looked again at his constellation map. His grandfather had drawn not just the stars, but also the faint, almost invisible lines of celestial energy that connected them. He saw that the timid spark was connected to a star in a constellation known as the Weeping Willow, which, according to the map's lore, governed growth and renewal. He looked at the great willow tree in the clearing, and he saw that one of its major branches was splintered, hanging limp, sapped of life. The tree was dying. The village's other peculiarities clicked into place. The backwards flowing time, the color-changing flowers, they were all symptoms. The heart of their world, this ancient willow, was wounded, and the natural magic of Stillwater Bend was trying to heal itself, pulling starlight and twisting time in a desperate, beautiful attempt to mend what was broken. Finn didn't try to move the star back. That felt wrong, like taking a bandage from a deep cut. Instead, he ran back to the village, his message not one of alarm, but of purpose. He found Rowan the baker, the clockmaker, the weaver, and all the others in the square. He told them of the wounded willow, the borrowed starlight, and the gentle, struggling magic. He spoke not of a problem to be solved, but of a friend to be helped. The people of Stillwater Bend listened, their faces softening with understanding. That very afternoon, the entire village walked the old forest path. The clockmaker brought strong cord and clever clamps to brace the broken branch. The baker brought a poultice of healing herbs and honey to dress the wound. The weaver brought a soft, moss-lined net to support the heavy limb. Children carried buckets of water from the starlit spring Finn had found. They worked together, their movements a quiet, coordinated dance of care. As the splinted branch was secured and the last of the healing poultice was applied, a collective sigh seemed to move through the forest. The gray morning glories at the edge of the clearing slowly blushed back to their vibrant blue. The wind chimes, which had been silent in the still air, began to tinkle a gentle, celebratory tune. That night the whole village gathered in the clearing, wrapped in warm blankets. They looked up at the sky. The timid spark was back in its rightful place in the Little Dipper, but it now shone with a new, confident brilliance, no longer timid at all. It had done its duty. The great willow tree, its life force returning, seemed to glow with a soft, green light, its leaves whispering thanks on the breeze. The mystery was solved, but the story was not over. The people of Stillwater Bend had learned to read the quieter signs of their world. They now knew their home was alive with a gentle, sentient magic, and they were its guardians. The peculiar happenings had not been a warning, but a call for help, a call they had answered with observation, empathy, and togetherness. And as the villagers walked back to their cottages under the restored, starry sky, the only sounds were the comforting chime of the clock tower marking the correct hour, the gentle patter of a passing shower, and the contented sighs of a community that had drawn closer, bound by a shared secret and a renewed love for the magical world they called home. Story 8. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent podship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then, for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant, guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow, not with borrowed light, but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. Story 9. Story 9. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like glittering snow, there lived two beings from different worlds. On the crystalline planet of Luminar, there was a gentle creature named Kalen, whose skin shimmered with the colors of his emotions, and whose long, slender fingers could weave light into soft, glowing patterns. On the rust-colored world of Veridia, there lived a small, round being named Rin, who communicated through melodic hums that vibrated with meaning, and whose feet left faint, phosphorescent trails wherever they walked. Their friendship began by accident, when both of their small exploration vessels were caught in the gentle pull of a wandering comet's tail and guided toward a forgotten asteroid. There, nestled within a crater veiled by curtains of slow-drifting cosmic dust, they found a place that would become their sanctuary, a vast, natural cavern whose walls were embedded with softly pulsing crystals that hummed in harmony with the distant stars. Kalen, upon first seeing Rin, had flushed a nervous silvery blue, his light-weaving fingers trembling. Rin, in turn, had emitted a low, warbling hum of caution. They were so different. Kalen expressed joy in bursts of gold and understanding in deep, calm violet. Rin expressed curiosity in a rising scale of notes and comfort in a steady, low thrum. They had no words in common, only the silent, vast language of the cosmos around them. Their first project was the garden. The cavern was beautiful but barren. Kalen, using his innate connection to light, gathered luminous mosses from the asteroid's surface and encouraged them to grow along the walls, their soft blue and green glow providing a gentle, perpetual twilight. Rin, whose humming could resonate with the vibrations of matter, coaxed dormant seeds from the asteroid's soil. Strange, bell-shaped flowers emerged, their petals chiming softly when the air shifted. Together they created a haven, a space station garden of otherworldly beauty, where light and sound lived in harmony. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen, feeling particularly fond, wove a complex tapestry of warm, orange light and floated it toward Rin as a gift. In Kalen's culture, this was the highest form of affection. But Rin, seeing the advancing orb of light, interpreted it as an aggressive gesture. On Veridia, sudden bright lights were warnings of predators. Rin let out a sharp, discordant shriek and retreated into a corner, their body trembling. Kalen immediately dimmed to a soft, confused gray. He had caused distress and his heart ached. He slowly sat down, a respectable distance away, and began to pulse a very slow, very gentle rhythm of pale lavender light, the color of apology and patience on luminar. For a long time, Rin just watched. Then tentatively a single, clear note emerged, a question. Kalen responded by shaping the lavender light into a simple, open circle. Rin understood. This was not an attack, it was an attempt to connect. A low, warm hum of forgiveness filled the cavern, and Rin slowly approached. They spent the rest of that cycle sitting side by side, Kalen occasionally pulsing a soft gold, Rin answering with a contented drone. They had learned their first true lesson about each other. Their favorite pastime was to climb to the highest point of their crystalline cave, where a natural opening framed a breathtaking view of the nebula outside. They would sit for hours, watching the great swirls of magenta and cerulean gas, the distant suns being born in silent, brilliant explosions, and the slow, graceful dance of planets around their stars. During one such quiet moment, as a particularly vibrant shower of meteors painted streaks of silver across the void, Kalen noticed Rin was unusually still. A faint, sad, grayish-pink hue was emanating from Rin's normally vibrant trail. Kalen understood loneliness when he saw it. He didn't weave a grand light or make a sound. Instead, he simply reached out one shimmering hand and placed it gently on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal beside Rin. Rin looked at the hand, then at Kalen's face, which was glowing with a steady, compassionate amber. In response, Rin began to hum a new melody, one Kalen had never heard. It was a song of longing for the red deserts and singing sands of home, a melody of missing one's own kind. Kalen listened, his colors shifting in empathy, and when the song was finished, he pointed a finger toward a particularly bright, steady star in the distance, the star that was Veridia's sun. Then he pointed to another, a twinkling blue one, for Luminar. Finally, he drew a slow, encompassing circle of soft white light around both of them, there in their shared cave. The message was clear: we are both far from home, but we are home for each other here. Rin's hum shifted into a tone of profound gratitude, and they leaned ever so slightly against Kalen's side. In that moment there were no barriers of biology, no gaps in vocabulary. There was only the shared silence, the magnificent tapestry of the cosmos above, and the warm, unshakable certainty of friendship. They had built more than a garden or a shelter, they had built a bridge. A bridge made not of metal or code, but of patience, of laughter learned from missteps, of quiet companionship under alien stars. They had discovered that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a hyperdrive or a teleporter, but the simple, universal language of a kind heart. A language that needs no translation, that can be seen in a color, heard in a hum, and felt in the peaceful silence between two friends, forever connected across the starlit void. Story 10. Story 10. Story 11. Story 11. In the heart of the elderwood, where moonlight filtered through the canopy like liquid silver, there existed a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the ancient trees whispered secrets in a language older than time, their bark etched with the stories of countless seasons. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet, dotted the forest floor, while tiny streams hummed lullabies as they meandered through the shadows. This was a realm of gentle magic, where every creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the most venerable elder, understood the sacred dance of rest and renewal. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip found himself unable to sleep. His cozy burrow, usually a haven of warmth, felt strangely restless. A soft, persistent whisper seemed to call to him from deep within the woods, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. Wrapping a cloak of dried ferns around his shoulders, Pip ventured out into the moonlit clearing near his home. The air was alive with the gentle sounds of the nocturnal world. The pitter-patter of rain from an earlier shower still dripped from leaf to leaf, creating a soothing, rhythmic melody. Somewhere in the distance, a babbling brook added its own cheerful notes to the symphony. Pip's quills tingled with curiosity as he followed a path illuminated by clusters of bioluminescent fungi, their soft blue-green glow casting an otherworldly light upon the forest floor. As he wandered deeper into the elderwood, Pip noticed that the fireflies, who usually painted the night with their golden flickers, seemed dimmer than usual. Their lights wavered as if uncertain, and the familiar constellations they formed in the clearings were fragmented. A sense of unease settled over Pip. The forest felt out of balance, and the usual harmony of the night was tinged with a subtle tension. It was then that a great, ancient owl alighted silently on a low-hanging branch nearby. Her name was Clara, and her feathers were the color of weathered bark in starlight. Her eyes, deep and knowing, held the wisdom of countless cycles. She did not speak at first, but simply watched Pip with a calm, reassuring presence. "Clara," Pip began, his voice barely a whisper, "the fireflies, their light is fading. The forest feels restless." Clara blinked slowly, her gaze drifting toward the shimmering stream that curved through the trees. "The stream sings of change, little one," she said, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "But change is not to be feared. It is part of the great cycle. Tell me, what have you heard in the whispers of the trees?" Pip closed his eyes, listening intently. The oaks and willows were murmuring of shorter nights and cooler winds. They spoke of a time of rest approaching, when the forest would draw inward, conserving its energy for the renewal to come. But the fireflies, it seemed, were resisting this shift. They clung to the brilliance of summer, afraid that dimming their lights meant losing their purpose. "They're afraid," Pip realized aloud. "They think if they stop shining, they'll be forgotten." Clara nodded. "All things must rest, Pip. Even the sun rests beneath the horizon. But rest is not an end. It is a promise of return." She spread her wings gently. "Come, let us visit the stone of memory. It holds the stories of seasons long past." They made their way to a small, starlit clearing where a large, smooth stone rested, half buried in the earth. Its surface was cool to the touch, and as Pip laid his paw upon it, images flowed into his mind, a tapestry of winters where the forest slept beneath blankets of snow, and springs where life burst forth with vibrant intensity. He saw fireflies of seasons past, their lights dimmed but not extinguished, waiting patiently in the soft earth until the warmth called them forth once more. "The stone remembers what living beings sometimes forget," Clara said softly. "Every ending is a beginning in disguise." Encouraged by this wisdom, Pip knew what he must do. He traveled to the glimmering grove, where the fireflies gathered in a worried, flickering cluster. Their leader, a dignified elder named Lumina, hovered before him, her light pulsing with anxiety. "We cannot fade," she insisted. "What is a firefly without its light?" Pip thought carefully before replying. "Your light is a gift," he said, "but even gifts need to be cherished and renewed. If you shine without rest, your light may fade forever, but if you rest now, you will return even brighter when the world needs you most." To demonstrate, Pip led them to the whispering stream. He asked the fireflies to listen to the water's song. At first it seemed like simple chatter, but as they focused, they heard the stream's own story, of how it flowed tirelessly in the spring and summer, but in the colder months it slowed, sometimes freezing at the edges, gathering strength for the torrents of meltwater to come. The stream did not fear the ice, it trusted in the cycle. Next, Pip brought them to the oldest tree in the forest, a grand willow whose branches swept the ground like a curtain of silver. The willow's leaves rustled gently, sharing tales of shedding its foliage each autumn, standing bare and vulnerable through the winter, only to be clothed again in tender green with the first touch of spring. The tree did not mourn its lost leaves, it knew they would return. Lumina and the other fireflies listened, their lights softening from frantic flickers to a calm, rhythmic glow. They began to understand that their dimming was not a failure, but a part of something greater, a sacred pause in the symphony of the forest. With their fears soothed, the fireflies gathered one last time in the starlit clearing. They did not shine with their usual brilliance, but with a gentle, steady light that seemed to blend with the moonbeams filtering through the branches. They danced in slow, graceful patterns, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow, a final celebration before their well-earned rest. As they settled into the soft moss beneath the great willow, their lights dimmed to a soft ember glow, like distant stars twinkling in the earth. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, the tension melting away like mist under the morning sun. The gentle rainfall began again, pattering softly on the leaves, and the wind whispered a lullaby through the branches. Pip returned to his burrow as the first hints of dawn tinted the sky. He felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the forest was in harmony once more. Clara perched on a branch above his home, her presence a silent blessing. "Remember, little one," she said, her voice blending with the rustling leaves, "the magic of the elderwood lies not in constant light, but in the balance between shining and resting. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, so too do we all." Pip curled into his nest of dried grass and fallen petals, the sounds of the forest wrapping around him like a warm blanket. The babbling brook hummed its endless song, the wind whispered through the pines, and the last of the fireflies' gentle glow pulsed softly in the darkness, a promise that after every night of rest there would always be a return of light. And as Pip drifted into dreams, he knew that the ancient forest, with its cycles of quiet and renewal, would always watch over him, just as it had for countless seasons before. Story 12. Story 12. Story 13. Story 13. Story 14. Story 14. Story 15. Story 15. Story 16. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig, we'll find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. "The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans. But beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off." Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a lullaby for the night. Settle in now, close your eyes, and let the warmth carry you away to the edge of a sleepy village, where the ordinary world brushed against something extraordinary. Young Finn lived in a cottage nestled where the cobbled streets of Meadowbrook met the ancient, sprawling expanse known as the Whispering Woods. Finn was a quiet child, thoughtful beyond his years, with eyes the color of moss after rain and a heart that often felt too big for the bustling village life. He found solace not in the marketplace games, but in the quiet corners of his garden, tending to his grandmother's cherished moonpetal flowers, whose silvery blooms only unfurled fully under the starlight. Yet even that quiet joy was dimming. The moonpetals had begun to droop, their luminescence fading, and a strange, grayish mist had started to creep from the edges of the Whispering Woods towards the village, carrying with it an unnerving silence where birdsong used to be. One crisp autumn afternoon, while digging near the old oak stump at the very boundary of the woods, Finn's spade struck something hard and smooth. Brushing away the damp earth, he unearthed a curious object. It wasn't metal nor stone, but seemed carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, warm to the touch. It was shaped like a compass, but instead of cardinal points, its face held intricate, swirling carvings that seemed to shift subtly when looked at directly. At its center, nestled in a small depression, was a smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a faint, internal light. As Finn held it, a low hum vibrated through his palm, and a single word echoed softly in his mind, clear as a bell: Whisperwood. That night, under a sky thick with stars, the compass glowed more brightly, the stone pulsing like a captured heartbeat. It tugged gently in Finn's hand, its wooden needle pointing insistently towards the dark line of the Whispering Woods. The fading moonpetals seemed to sigh towards the woods, their remaining light flickering weakly. Finn felt a pull deeper than curiosity, a sense of responsibility, a whisper that he needed to go. Tucking the warm compass into his pocket, its hum a comforting presence, he slipped quietly out of the cottage, the damp grass cool beneath his bare feet. Crossing the boundary felt like stepping through an invisible curtain. The air changed instantly, becoming richer, cooler, and laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something ancient and green. The mist was thicker here, swirling around the gnarled roots of immense trees whose branches wove a dense canopy overhead, blocking out most of the starlight. Yet the compass glowed steadily, casting a soft, pearly radiance that pushed back the gloom, illuminating moss-covered boulders and intricate spiderwebs beaded with moisture. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from leaves and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made Finn's heart skip. He followed the compass's pull deeper into the woods. The path, if it could be called that, was overgrown and treacherous. Roots snaked across the forest floor, rocks lurked beneath carpets of moss, and the mist coiled around his ankles like cold fingers. The compass guided him unerringly, its needle shifting minutely, leading him around impassable thickets and treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. It felt less like an object and more like a patient, silent companion. After what felt like hours, the compass suddenly grew warmer. Its light flared, illuminating a small clearing. In the center stood a creature unlike anything Finn had ever imagined, let alone seen. It was roughly the size of a large badger, but covered in short, dense fur, the color of storm clouds shot through with streaks of iridescent blue. It had large, round eyes like polished amber, currently wide with surprise and suspicion, and long, tufted ears that twitched nervously. Its most striking feature was a pair of large, delicate wings, like those of a dragonfly but shimmering with the same iridescent blue as its fur, currently folded tightly against its back. It was perched on a toadstool, nibbling mournfully on a gray, withered mushroom. The creature froze, its amber eyes locking onto Finn and the glowing compass. A low growl rumbled in its chest. "HSSSD, what are you doing here, soft skin, trespassing, thieving?" Its voice was surprisingly deep and gravelly for its size, like stones tumbling in a brook. Finn stopped, holding up his hands slowly, the compass pulsing warmly in one palm. I didn't mean to trespass. My name is Finn. I found this compass. It led me here." He gestured with the glowing object. The woods, they feel sick, and the mist is spreading to my village. My moon petals are dying. The creature's ears flattened against its head. Sick HMPH, the woods are grieving, and why shouldn't they? Forgotten, abandoned, choked by silence and shadow. It puffed out its chest. I am Thistle, keeper of the glimmering glade, or I was. Its defiance faltered, replaced by a profound weariness. It looked down at the withered mushroom. The glade, the heart, it fades, the weave unravels, and I cannot mend it. A tremor ran through its small frame. Finn took a tentative step closer. The heart, what's the weave? Maybe I can help, the compass brought me. Thistle eyed the compass warily. The whisperwood compass, lost for generations, it senses the weave, the living magic that binds the woods. The heart is the source, the glimmering glade, but it is hidden, protected, and now weakened. It looked at Finn, suspicion warring with a desperate hope. Why would it lead you? Soft skins bring noise and axes, not healing. Not me, Finn said softly, thinking of his quiet garden, his drooping moon petals. I just want to understand, to help if I can. My grandmother said the woods and the village used to be friends. Maybe they can be again. Thistle studied Finn for a long moment, the silence stretching. Finally it gave a curt nod, a flicker of reluctant acceptance in its amber eyes. The compass leads, Thistle follows for the glade, but no tricks, soft skin. It fluttered down from the toadstool, landing lightly on the moss beside Finn. Call me Thistle, keeper titles seem hollow now. Thus began an unlikely partnership. Finn, guided by the warm pulse of the whisperwood compass, and Thistle, navigating the deeper, older paths with an innate knowledge of the forest, moved deeper into the whispering woods. The journey was a revelation. The compass didn't just point the way, it reacted to the forest's ailment. When they passed a cluster of trees whose leaves were turning brittle and gray, the milky stone dimmed, and a faint, discordant chime echoed from it. Near a sluggish, murky stream choked with slime, the compass grew cold, its light flickering erratically. Thistle explained in his gruff way. The weave is the song of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of streamlets, the buzz of insects, the memories held in ancient roots all woven together. The glimmering glade is the loom, the heart where the song is strongest, but the song is fading. Silence grows, shadows deepen, the mist is the wood's sorrow made visible. They encountered wonders, groves where luminescent fungi painted the ground in soft blues and greens, trees whose bark shimmered with veins of silver light, clear pools reflecting star patterns unseen in the sky above. But each wonder was marred by the encroaching grayness patches of dead, silent ground, streams running sluggish and dark, trees groaning as if in pain. The discordant chimes from the compass became more frequent. One evening, as they sheltered under a giant, hollowed-out willow, its once vibrant leaves now hanging limp, Finn shared his own quiet sorrow, the fading moon petals, the feeling of not quite belonging in the village, his grandmother's stories about the wood's old magic. Thistle, nibbling a slightly less withered mushroom Finn had found, listened intently. Then, hesitantly, Thistle spoke of his own burden. The glimmering glade wasn't just a place. It was sustained by joy, by connection, by the shared memories of all who lived within the woods and those who respected it. As the village grew distant, forgetting the old ways, and as fear replaced wonder, the connection frayed. Thistle felt every fraying thread as a physical ache. He'd tried everything ancient chants, tending the oldest trees, even attempting to sing the weave back into strength, but his own heart was heavy with loneliness and failure. The song needs many voices, Thistle murmured, his voice softer than Finn had ever heard it. One keeper's voice is not enough. The compass pulsed warmly against Finn's chest. He looked at Thistle, truly seeing the weariness beneath the bristly exterior, the deep love for the woods masked by grumpiness. Maybe it led me because I can hear the silence too, and maybe we can find more voices together. He offered Thistle a small, slightly squashed berry he'd saved. Thistle took the berry, a flicker of something like surprise crossing his face. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Perhaps Finn, perhaps. Days blurred into nights. They forded streams turned sluggish and cold, climbed moss-slicked ridges where the mist clung thickest, and navigated valleys choked with gray, brittle ferns. The compass guided them through illusion's paths that doubled back, walls of thorn that seemed solid until the compass light touched them, revealing an opening. Thistle's knowledge saved them from hidden sinkholes and patches of quicksand disguised as ordinary moss. They shared meager rations, Finn's dried bread and cheese, Thistle's knowledge of which forest grubs were surprisingly edible and which berries wouldn't make you see dancing badgers. Slowly, a grudging respect, then a tentative friendship, bloomed between the quiet boy and the gruff keeper. Finn learned to move with the forest's rhythm, to listen beyond the silence. Thistle, in turn, found himself sharing stories of the woods past glory of great gatherings under the moon, of trees that sang, of starlight distilled in dewdrops. Finally, after a particularly arduous climb up a sheer rock face guided by the compass's insistent light, they emerged onto a high plateau. Before them lay the glimmering glade. It was a sight that stole Finn's breath, even in its faded state. A vast natural amphitheater ringed by ancient, towering trees whose bark shimmered with embedded crystals that caught the weak sunlight filtering through the mist. At the very center stood an enormous, ancient oak, its gnarled trunk wider than Finn's cottage, its branches spreading like a protective canopy. But the crystals were dull, their light feeble. The great oak's leaves were sparse and tinged with gray. Moss that should have been emerald green was patchy and brown. A shallow pool at the oak's base, which Thistle called the memory pool, was murky and still, reflecting only the oppressive gray sky. The air hummed not with vibrant life, but with a low, discordant thrum that vibrated in Finn's bones, the sound of the weave unraveling. The mist here was thickest, swirling like smoke. The heart, Thistle whispered, his voice thick with despair. He fluttered weakly to the base of the great oak, landing on a root. See, the loom tree weakens, the pool remembers only sorrow, the song, it's almost gone. He slumped, his iridescent wings drooping. The compass led you, Finn, but what can we do? The silence is too deep. Finn stood at the edge of the glade, the whisperwood compass burning warmly against his palm, its light a defiant beacon in the gloom. He felt the immense sadness of the place, the weight of forgotten connections. He thought of his drooping moon petals, of the village elders dismissing the mist as just weather, of Thistle's loneliness. He thought of his grandmother's stories filled with laughter shared under these very trees, of offerings of song and gratitude, of the woods and village woven together. Suddenly, the compass pulsed intensely. Its light flared not outwards but inwards, bathing Finn in its pearly radiance. An image filled his mind, not a spell or a chant, but a feeling. A memory. The pure, simple joy he felt when his moon petals bloomed under the stars, the connection he felt to the tiny plants. He remembered Thistle's face when he'd accepted the berry, the flicker of surprise and connection. The answer wasn't force. It wasn't just Thistle's duty. It was connection. It was sharing the light inside, the small joys, the memories. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked slowly towards the murky memory pool. He knelt beside it, ignoring the cold dampness seeping through his trousers. He placed his hands on the compass, its warmth flowing into him. Closing his eyes, he didn't try to sing a grand song. Instead, he focused on a single, quiet memory. He pictured his grandmother's face, kind and lined, as she showed him how to plant the first moonpetal seed. He felt the cool earth under his small fingers, the anticipation, the shared wonder when the first silver shoot emerged. He poured that feeling, the warmth, the love, the simple joy of growth and connection into the compass. the milky stone blazed. A beam of pure, soft light, warm like starlight, shot from the compass and touched the surface of the murky memory pool. Where the light touched, the murkiness cleared, like ink dispersing in clean water. For a moment, the image of Finn's grandmother smiling, holding the tiny seedling, shimmered on the pool's surface. A soft gasp came from Thistle. Finn opened his eyes. The cleared patch of water glowed faintly. The discordant thrumming lessened just a fraction. Hope, fragile but real, flickered in Thistle's amber eyes. "Thistle," Finn called softly. "Your turn. Think of something good, something joyful you remember here." Thistle hesitated, then fluttered closer to the pool. He looked uncertain, then closed his eyes. He thought Finn imagined of sunbeams dappling the glade, of the crystal trees ablaze with light, perhaps of a time when other voices filled the air. A low, hesitant hum started in Thistle's chest, rough at first, then smoothing into a deep, resonant tone. It wasn't a song with words, but a pure note of remembrance and belonging. As he hummed, a tiny spark of iridescent blue light, like a captured firefly, drifted from him and touched the pool beside Finn's clearing patch. The water there cleared too, showing a fleeting image of the glade bathed in golden sunlight. Encouraged, Finn focused again. He thought of the first time he saw a shooting star, the awe that filled him. Another beam of light, another patch of the pool cleared, shimmering with starry reflections. Thistle, gaining confidence, hummed louder, recalling the scent of rain on hot earth in the glade, releasing another spark of blue light. Finn remembered the taste of wild strawberries Thistle had shown him, the burst of sweetness. Light. Thistle remembered the feeling of the wind under his wings on a clear day. Light. They worked together, boy and keeper, kneeling by the pool. Finn shared quiet human joys, the comfort of a warm hearth on a rainy night, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his grandmother's laughter. Thistle poured in the deep, ancient joys of the forest, the unfurling of a fern, the chatter of squirrels at dawn, the silent strength of the oldest trees. Each memory, each spark of joy, each moment of connection, channeled through the whisperwood compass, became a beam of light or a spark of blue energy that touched the memory pool, clearing the murkiness patch by patch. The discordant thrumming faded, replaced by a soft, harmonious hum that rose from the pool itself, weaving together their disparate melodies. As the pool cleared, reflecting not sorrow but the shared tapestry of their memories and joys, the change rippled outward. The crystals embedded in the surrounding trees began to glow brighter, their light pulsing in time with the hum. The gray tinge receded from the loom tree's leaves, replaced by a vibrant, healthy green. The moss at its base turned emerald and plush. The mist within the glade didn't vanish, but it thinned dramatically, becoming a soft, luminous haze that diffused the growing light beautifully. The air itself felt lighter, warmer, alive with the returning song of the weave, a complex, beautiful melody woven from rustling leaves, trickling water, insect buzz, bird calls tentatively starting again in the distance, and the deep, resonant hum of the loom tree itself, strengthened by their offering. Finn and Thistle sat back, exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet awe. The glimmering glade was still regaining its strength, but the heart was beating again, strong and steady. The whisperwood compass in Finn's hand was warm but calm, its light soft and constant, the milky stone glowing with a serene inner light. The needle pointed steadily towards the great oak. "We did it," Finn breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Thistle looked around, his amber eyes wide, reflecting the burgeoning light. He looked at Finn, the suspicion gone, replaced by a depth of gratitude and newfound respect. "We did," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "The song, it remembers, the connection, it lives." He fluttered up and landed gently on Finn's shoulder, a surprising but comforting weight. "You brought the lost voice, Finn, the voice of remembering, the voice of the heart." The journey back felt different. The whispering woods were still healing, but the oppressive silence was gone. Birds tentatively sang melodies. Streams chuckled over stones, clearer now. The mist had receded to the deepest hollows, no longer threatening the village boundary. The gray, dead patches were smaller, showing signs of green shoots pushing through. The compass guided them, but its pull was gentle, content. Finn carried it not just as a guide, but as a symbol of the bond forged. When they finally emerged from the tree line near Finn's cottage, dawn was painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. Finn's grandmother stood in the garden, her face lined with worry that melted into disbelief, and then radiant joy. For there in Finn's moonpetal patch, every single flower had unfurled fully, their silvery petals glowing with an ethereal light even in the dawn, healthier and more luminous than they had been in years. The creeping gray mist was gone from the village edge. Finn ran to her, Thistle fluttering discreetly to perch on the garden fence, watching. Finn poured out the tale, the compass, the sick woods, Thistle, the fading glade, the journey, the memory pool, the sharing of memories and light. His grandmother listened, tears glistening in her eyes. She nodded slowly. "The old bond," she whispered. "We forgot to listen, we forgot to share our song." News spread through Meadowbrook, not with alarm, but with wonder. Finn, once the quiet boy, became a bridge. He showed the elders the whisperwood compass, though it only glowed warmly for him and his grandmother, and he spoke of Thistle and the glimmering glade. Hesitantly at first, then with growing enthusiasm, villagers began to visit the edge of the whispering woods. Not to take, but to listen. To leave simple offerings of song or stories, or well wishes whispered to the wind. Children left drawings of the woods. The blacksmith, inspired, forged a small wind chime with leaves and acorns, and hung it where the breeze caught it, adding its gentle melody to the forest's edge. Finn visited Thistle often. Sometimes Thistle would grumble about soft-skin noise, but he always met Finn by the old oak stump, and sometimes he'd even venture closer to the village, hidden in the twilight, listening to the laughter and songs drifting out. The keeper was no longer alone. The weave grew stronger, fed by the renewed connection. Finn kept the whisperwood compass on his windowsill. It no longer tugged him into the deep woods, but it often glowed softly, especially on nights when the moon petals bloomed, or when he sat quietly, remembering his journey. It was a reminder that the greatest magic wasn't in grand spells or hidden powers, but in the quiet courage to listen, the willingness to reach out to the unexpected, and the simple, profound power of sharing joy and memory. It reminded him that even the smallest voice, when woven together with others in kindness and understanding, could mend a broken song and light the way home. The mist never returned to Meadowbrook's edge. The whispering woods thrived, a symphony of life once more, its song a gentle counterpoint to the village sounds. And on quiet nights, if you listened very carefully near the old oak stump, you might hear the deep, contented hum of a keeper, and the soft, answering laughter of a boy who had discovered that friendship and understanding could bloom in the most unexpected places, and that every heart, no matter how small or seemingly different, holds a light that can help heal the world. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the warmth of that knowing. The fire crackles low, the rain whispers on the roof, and the world is full of quiet, interconnected magic. Dream well. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer green, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly. It was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. I will. Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls. Or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. The falls, they're poisoned, Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. The sickness comes from the caverns beyond. The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. We have to go in. Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. Listen, Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. Not just with your ears, feel the stone, feel the cavern. Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. There's something, hurting, he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the Heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the Heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The Heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the Heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the Heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the Heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the Heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The Heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the Heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. You did it, Rowan, you listened. As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent podship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant, guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow, not with borrowed light, but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. "HMPH," Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Clara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten." The wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. "She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." the watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here," Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kalen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kalen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kalen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kalen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kalen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kalen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kalen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kalen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kalen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kalen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kalen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kalen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kalen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kalen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kalen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kalen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light, to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kalen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kalen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleese's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kalen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Gleesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kalen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kalen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kalen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kalen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care, sound, and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kalen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kalen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kalen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmonies drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of lilac and silver, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was a place of soft, humming lights and crystalline windows that looked out upon the endless tapestry of space. Here, two unlikely souls found themselves drawn together by the silent call of the cosmos. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, where the very air shimmered with music. His name was Kalen, and his form was slender and graceful, with skin that shifted in color like the surface of a soap bubble catching the light. When he spoke, it was not with words but with soft, melodic hums that painted emotions in the air, a lilting tune for curiosity, a deep chord for comfort, a sparkling arpeggio for joy. His large, dark eyes reflected the stars he so loved to watch. The second was a creature from the rocky planet of Xylos, where communication happened through the gentle pulsing of light across one's skin. Her name was Nissa, and she was small and sturdy, with a hide like polished river stone that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. Her way of speaking was a silent language of light, swirls of gold for greeting, soft blue waves for calm, and sudden bursts of silver for excitement. She expressed herself in luminescent whispers. They met by chance one evening, when both had sought refuge in the abandoned observatory during a meteor shower. Kalen was curled in a corner, humming a nervous melody as streaks of light flashed outside. Nissa had taken shelter beneath a console, her skin pulsing a worried gray. For a long time they simply watched each other, one humming softly, the other glowing cautiously. It was Kalen who made the first gesture of friendship. He began to hum a gentle, repeating tune, a Lyrian lullaby meant to soothe frightened young ones. Slowly, Nissa's gray worry light softened into a tentative blue. She responded by tracing a small circle of gold light on the floor between them. And so, without a single shared word, a conversation began. Over time, the observatory became their shared sanctuary. They swept away the cosmic dust and repaired the fractured crystal panes. In the center of the main chamber, they created a garden, not of earth and water, but of starlight and memory. Kalen brought glowing spores from Lyria that bloomed into delicate, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly when touched. Nissa cultivated crystalline plants from xylos that absorbed starlight and glowed from within like captured constellations. Their garden became a place of wonder and gentle discovery. They learned to understand one another through patient observation. Kalen discovered that when Nissa's light patterns moved in quick, jumping dots, she was laughing. Nissa learned that when Kalen's hums dipped low and warm, he was content. They developed their own language, a beautiful blend of light and sound that expressed what words never could. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Once Nissa arranged her glowing crystals in what she intended as a welcoming pattern, a Xylosian gesture of invitation. To Kalen, the specific arrangement of lights resembled a Lyrian warning signal for approaching danger. He responded with a sharp, alarmed chord and retreated to a high platform, his skin flashing anxious oranges and reds. It took nearly an hour of gentle, repeated patterns from Nissa, soft pulses of blue and green, before Kalen understood. When realization dawned, his nervous colors softened, and he hummed a melody that combined apology and amusement. They both shared the moment, Nissa with dancing points of silver light, Kalen with warbling musical laughter. Another time, Kalen arranged the chiming flowers to create what he thought was a beautiful musical composition. Unfortunately, the specific sequence of notes happened to be the Xylosian equivalent of a deeply offensive nursery rhyme. Nissa's lights dimmed to an embarrassed mauve, and she turned away. It was only when Kalen noticed her discomfort and changed the arrangement that she turned back, her lights flickering with gentle forgiveness. These moments never caused lasting upset. Instead, they became stories they would tell each other later. Kalen with a humorous reenactment in musical notes, Nissa with playful light patterns that danced across her skin. Their differences became a source of laughter and deeper connection. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when they would sit together in their starlit garden, watching the cosmos through the great crystal dome. Kalen would hum soft, wandering melodies that seemed to harmonize with the distant pulsing of quasars. Nissa would let her skin glow in patterns that mirrored the slow dance of nebulas outside. In these moments they needed no translation. The language of the universe itself was enough. One particular evening, a rare alignment of 3 moons created a spectacle of silver light outside. They sat together on a bench woven from glowing vines, sharing a moment of perfect peace. Kalen hummed a question, a rising, curious note. Nissa responded with a soft pulse of gold, agreement. Slowly, carefully they reached out, Kalen with his shimmering hand, Nissa with her glowing one, and touched for the first time. Where their hands met, something wonderful happened. Kalen's colors brightened and swirled with new intensity, while Nissa's patterns began to pulse in time with his humming. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through learned signals, but through something deeper. It was as if their very beings were harmonizing, creating a new language made of shared feeling rather than sound or light. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand, watching the moons dance their ancient patterns. In that silent communion, they discovered that the greatest understanding often needs no translation, that kindness, curiosity, and companionship transcend all barriers of world or language. As the moons continued their celestial waltz, the 2 friends remained in their garden observatory, a living bridge between worlds. Kalen's colors settled into a contented, steady glow, while Nissa's patterns softened to a gentle rhythm that matched his breathing. Together they watched the stars, safe in their shared sanctuary, knowing that no matter how far from home they were, they had found something universal, the quiet miracle of friendship written in light and song across the infinite canvas of space. And in that knowing there was peace. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kalen, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kalen recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kalen, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kalen pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kalen mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kalen's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kalen trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kalen's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kalen's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kalen attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kalen sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kalen focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kalen, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kalen's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kalen responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kalen's prismatic recollections of Shard's singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kalen gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kalen treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They are winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols: a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim. The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. There's a loose stone near the ceiling, she announced. I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through. But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. Lumina, he said gently, if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way? The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try. With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. A little to the left, she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. Well done, Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. The stories are safe. But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. She misses him, Leo said softly. She doesn't say it, but she does. As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly. The wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments, the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead, it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path, so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the 2 stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then, night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelin decided to uncover the truth. Kaelin was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelin set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelin had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelin had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelin saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelin knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelin's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelin smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. "I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelin held out her hand. "Come," she said. "Let's find another way." Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelin raised her hand gently. "There is no thief here," she said, her voice clear and calm. "Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply." She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Alara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. "There is another way," she said. "A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness." So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelin had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. "Thank you," she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelin. "I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again." Kaelin smiled. "You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both." That night, as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper. "Find what the sky has forgotten." Ah, Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth. He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly, Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a young hedgehog named Pip. The air here hummed with unseen currents, smelling perpetually of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet tang of moonberries ripening on hidden vines. Sunlight, when it pierced the emerald canopy, fell in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. At night the forest floor glowed softly with foxfire moss, painting pathways in cool, bioluminescent blues and greens. Pip's world was one of intricate, hidden lives. He shared his burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak with his mother, whose quills held the silvery sheen of countless moons. He knew the precise rhythm of the woodpecker family high in the ash tree, the meticulous weaving of the spider, Mistress Arachne, between the holly bushes, and the shy, nocturnal foraging of the badger clan in the fern dell. Each creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the majestic, rarely seen stag beetle, played a part in the great balance, a delicate harmony maintained by the forest itself, and whispered about by the oldest inhabitants. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Pip nosed through a carpet of rustling, crimson maple leaves searching for plump hazelnuts, he noticed something unsettling. The air, usually crisp and invigorating, felt heavy and strangely still. The vibrant hum of insects was muted. Even the usually boisterous chatter of squirrels seemed subdued. High above, perched on a moon-silvered branch, sat the great gray owl, known simply as Old Hoot. His eyes, vast pools of ancient amber, observed the forest with profound stillness. Old Hoot, Pip called up, his small voice echoing slightly in the unnatural quiet. Why does the forest hold its breath, the air tastes flat? Old Hoot swiveled his head slowly, his feathers ruffling like old parchment. Young Pip, he hooted softly, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. The great balance trembles, the autumn equinox approaches, the time when the veil between the seen and the unseen grows thin, but the harmony feels frayed, the whispering stones by the crystal spring murmur of unease. The whispering stones. Pip had heard tales of them, 3 smooth, moss-covered boulders nestled near the heart of the forest, where the clearest water bubbled from the earth. They were said to be the forest's memory, resonating with its deepest rhythms. A tremor of both fear and excitement ran down Pip's spines. "What troubles the stones, old Hoot?" "A dissonance," the owl replied, his voice grave. "A shift in the ancient patterns. The magic that ties leaf fall to frost, berry ripening to starlight, is faltering. If the equinox arrives and the balance is not restored, the magic woven into the whisperwood might unravel. The gentle rains could turn harsh, the protective mists might vanish, and the deep, nourishing sleep of winter, it might not come." Pip's heart clenched. Without winter's deep sleep, the forest couldn't renew itself. The thought of brittle, lifeless trees and silent, hungry creatures filled him with dread. "What can we do?" "Seek the wisdom keeper," old Hoot advised. "Follow the scent of frost-kissed ferns and the sound of water laughing over smooth pebbles. She dwells where the oldest magic gathers." The wisdom keeper. Pip knew only legends, an ageless creature, guardian of the forest's deepest lore. He took a deep breath, the scent of decaying leaves and distant frost suddenly sharp in his nostrils. He had to find her. Gathering his courage, Pip bid old Hoot farewell and set off, his tiny claws crunching softly on the deepening leaf litter. His journey led him deeper into the whisperwood than he had ever ventured. He followed a rivulet that chuckled over polished stones, its water icy cold and tasting faintly of minerals. He passed groves where trees seemed to lean together, sharing secrets in rustling sighs. He saw wonders, mushrooms that pulsed with soft internal light, patches of moss that shimmered like scattered emeralds, and once a fleeting glimpse of a creature woven from dappled sunlight and shadow that vanished like smoke. The air grew colder, carrying the clean, sharp scent of approaching frost. The path became steeper, winding between colossal, moss-draped boulders. Pip felt a thrumming in the earth beneath his paws, a deep, resonant vibration that matched the beat of his own heart. Then he heard it, a voice like the wind sighing through ancient pines, yet warm as sun-warmed stone. "Come closer, little seeker." Nestled in a small, sheltered clearing surrounded by towering firs stood a magnificent badger. Her fur was the color of storm clouds and starlight, streaked with pure white that seemed to glow faintly. Her eyes held the depth and calm of undisturbed forest pools. She was the wisdom keeper. Pip bowed his head respectfully, his spines lying flat. "Wisdom keeper," he squeaked, the cold air making his breath plume. "Old Hoot sent me," the stones whisper of dissonance, the balance trembles. The badger regarded him with gentle understanding. "Indeed, young Pip, the threads of seasonal magic are tangled. The deep magic that connects the falling leaf to the forming frost crystal, the fading berry to the sleeping seed, it is strained." She nudged a pile of vibrant autumn leaves with her broad nose. "Feel them, they should hum with the promise of decay and renewal. They feel silent." Pip cautiously touched a brilliant orange leaf. It felt dry, brittle, devoid of the subtle warmth and energy he associated with autumn's transformation. "Why?" he asked. "The source of the dissonance lies deep," the wisdom keeper murmured. "Near the whispering stones themselves, something disrupts the flow of the spring, the heart water of the forest. It blocks the resonance, silences the harmony." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "I am bound to this glade by ancient wards during the equinox thinning. I cannot go. But you, young Pip, small and keen of sense, you can journey where I cannot. You must find the source of the blockage and clear it. Listen to the stones, they will guide you." The task felt enormous. Pip was just a small hedgehog. But the image of the silent life, the heavy air, the fear in old Hoot's voice spurred him on. He nodded, determination hardening within him. "I will try." the wisdom keeper touched her nose to his forehead. A wave of calm and quiet strength washed over him, smelling of cedar and cold stone. Trust the forest, Pip, trust your friends, listen with more than your ears. Guided by the wisdom keeper's instructions and the increasingly strong vibration in the ground, Pip navigated the final stretch to the crystal spring. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and wet rock. He emerged into a sacred grove. 3 colossal stones, smooth as river-worn pebbles but ancient as the hills, stood in a semicircle around a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid air. The water bubbled gently from a fissure in the rock, but instead of its usual merry chuckle, the sound was choked, gurgling weakly. Around the stones, the vibrant moss looked dull and gray. The stones themselves emitted a low, discordant hum, a sound that vibrated unpleasantly in Pip's bones. He approached cautiously, his senses straining. He listened not just with his ears, but with his whole being, as the wisdom keeper had advised. Beneath the discord he heard faint whispers, sighs of the wind, the murmur of roots deep underground, the echo of falling leaves. They spoke of obstruction, of something foreign wedged deep within the spring's source. Pip peered into the bubbling fissure. The water struggled to rise, swirling sluggishly around something dark and jagged lodged deep within the rock. It looked like a piece of cold, black iron, perhaps lost long ago, now poisoning the pure flow. Its presence felt utterly wrong, a harsh, metallic dissonance against the forest's soft, organic magic. He tried to reach it with his small paws, but the fissure was too narrow, the water too deep. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he move it? He was too small. Remembering the wisdom keeper's words, "Trust your friends," Pip took a deep breath and focused. He sent out a silent call, not with sound, but with the quiet urgency of his heart, amplified by the grove's fading magic. He pictured the choked spring, the silent stones, the need for strong paws and clever minds. Moments later, a rustle came from the ferns. Bramble, the sturdy young badger from the dell, emerged, his dark eyes serious. Then came Willow, the quick-witted squirrel, her bushy tail twitching with concern. Even Mistress Arachne descended on a silken thread, her many eyes reflecting the dim light. They had felt Pip's silent summons, the tremor in the balance reaching their hearts. "We heard the forest sigh, Pip," Bramble rumbled softly. "What needs doing?" Pip explained quickly, pointing to the choked fissure. "The black thing, it blocks the heart water. It silences the stones." Willow scampered to the edge. "Too deep for paws, too narrow for snouts," she chattered. Mistress Arachne surveyed the opening thoughtfully. "Strength alone will not serve," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rubbing together. "The way is constricted. Weave a net of strength and cunning." An idea sparked in Pip's mind. "Bramble, your claws are strong. Can you loosen the earth around the rock? Willow, your tail is powerful. Could it stir the water, shift the thing upwards? Mistress Arachne, could you weave a net, strong and fine, to catch it if it moves?" Bramble nodded, immediately setting his powerful claws to work, carefully scraping and loosening the wet earth and smaller stones packed around the dark obstruction. Willow positioned herself downstream, her magnificent tail submerged, ready to create a powerful current. Mistress Arachne worked with astonishing speed, spinning strands of silk tougher than leather, weaving them into a delicate but incredibly strong net held taut between 2 sturdy ferns near the water's surface. Pip directed, his heart pounding. "Now, Bramble, gently loosen it. Willow, now push the water." Bramble gave a focused grunt, dislodging a key piece of sediment. Willow whipped her tail with all her might, creating a sudden, forceful surge of water rushing up the fissure. The black object shifted, wobbled, then was abruptly lifted by the churning water. It shot upwards, tumbling through the current. "Now, Mistress Arachne," Pip cried. The spider's net, perfectly positioned, caught the tumbling object. It was indeed a large, sharp shard of black iron, cold and inert. As it landed in the net, a visible shudder ran through the stones. The discordant hum ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound, resonant silence. Then a new sound began. A deep, harmonious thrumming rose from the stones, vibrating through the earth, the water, the very air. It was the sound of the forest breathing freely again. The choked gurgle of the spring transformed into a joyous, crystal-clear burble as water surged freely from the fissure, pure and sparkling, filling the pool until it overflowed in a tiny, laughing stream. The effect was immediate and magical. The gray moss around the stones flushed vibrant green. The heavy, stagnant air lifted, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of ozone and fresh water. High above, a shaft of late afternoon sun pierced the canopy, striking the pool and sending rainbows dancing across the stones and the surrounding ferns. Relief washed over Pip, warm and sweet as summer honey. Bramble rumbled with satisfaction, Willow did a joyful flip, and Mistress Arachne carefully bundled the cold iron shard in her silk, ready to carry it far away from the sacred spring. As Pip and his friends made their way back through the Whisperwood, the change was palpable. The air hummed with the busy sounds of insects preparing for evening. Squirrels chattered brightly. The leaves, though still falling, now rustled with a vibrant energy, each one seeming to glow with its own inner light as it spiraled down. The scent of frost-kissed ferns was strong and pure, carrying the promise of the deep, renewing sleep to come. They found Old Hoot and the Wisdom Keeper waiting near Pip's burrow. The great gray owl nodded solemnly. The harmony sings true once more, young Pip, the stones murmur of gratitude. The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to Pip's again, then to each of his friends. You listened, you worked together, you understood that strength comes in many forms and that the smallest voice, when joined with others in harmony, can mend the greatest tear in the balance. This wisdom, woven into the Whisperwood tonight, will echo through generations. As the first true frost of the season began to delicately lace the edges of leaves and sparkle on spiderwebs under the rising moon, Pip snuggled deep into his burrow beside his mother. The forest outside whispered its nightly lullaby, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of Old Hoot, the soothing chuckle of the newly freed Crystal Springs stream. The air smelled of cold earth, wood smoke from distant hearths, real or imagined, and the sweet, clean promise of winter's rest. He had felt the forest's fear and witnessed its healing. He had learned that balance wasn't stillness, but a dynamic dance requiring every note, every creature, every season playing its part. The whispering stones hummed their deep, resonant song of harmony, a comforting vibration felt through the roots of the grandfather oak, a gentle reminder that even in the deepest, most ancient woods, wisdom, friendship, and courage could always light the way and restore the peace. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the soft glow of foxfire moss outside his burrow pulsed gently, like the forest's own steady, sleeping heartbeat. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss, lichen, and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. "I can find it," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from." Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. "Take this," the image came. "It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend." Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn, but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heartspring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker of the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The whisk fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The whisk fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the sun always seemed to set a little softer, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke, the scent mingling with cinnamon from the bakery and damp earth from the river banks. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lanterns glowed with a warm, buttery light come evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as smoothly as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small, quiet strangeness began. It started with Mrs. Gable's prize-winning knitting. Every morning she'd find the intricate pattern on her half-finished woolen shawl subtly changed overnight. A cable twist would be reversed, a cluster of pearls misplaced. Then Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite walking stick, carved with owls and badgers, mysteriously propped upside down against his door each dawn. The baker, a kind woman named Agnes with flour perpetually dusting her apron, discovered her jars of rainbow sprinkles rearranged by color, not alphabetically as she always kept them. Small things. Puzzling things. Nothing frightening, just odd. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through Willowbrook. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet, observant nature, noticed the patterns first. He spent his afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, often accompanied by his friend, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who seemed to know more than he let on. Theo saw the misplaced sprinkles in Agnes's window. He heard Mrs. Gable tutting over her knitting. He saw the upside-down walking stick. "It's like someone's tidying," Theo murmured to Marmalade one crisp afternoon, sitting on the old stone bridge overlooking the river. But getting it all wrong. Marmalade blinked slowly, a purr rumbling deep in his chest, as if agreeing. Theo also noticed something others missed, tiny, almost invisible flecks of silvery dust near each altered item, glittering faintly in the sunlight like crushed stardust. The strangeness escalated slightly. One morning, all the brass doorknobs along Maple Lane were polished to a blinding shine. The next, every flower pot on Widow Cleary's porch was turned precisely a quarter turn to the left. The village hummed with gentle bewilderment. Was it a prank? A very peculiar ghost? The tension was mild, a curious itch rather than a fright. Theo decided to investigate. He knew the village's unofficial wise soul was Agnes the baker. Her shop was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of rising dough and baking bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dancing dust motes. Theo found Agnes kneading a large lump of dough, her face serene despite the village's quiet puzzlement. "Agnes," Theo began, placing a small jar containing a few flecks of the silvery dust on her flour-dusted counter. "Have you seen this? It's near all the changed things." Agnes paused, wiping her hands on her apron. She peered at the dust, her eyes kind and thoughtful. She dipped a finger gently into the jar, then held it up to the light. The dust shimmered with an inner luminescence. "Ah," she breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. "Star thistle pollen, rare, only blooms under the light of a full moon in the Whisper Woods glade." The whisper woods bordered Willowbrook, a place of ancient trees and soft, sighing breezes. Respectful villagers entered, but rarely went deep, especially after dusk. It was said to be home to gentle, shy folk. This pollen, Agnes continued, her voice low and soothing, like the crackle of her oven fire, belongs to the dust sprites. Tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They love order and tidiness, but they see the world a little differently. They find beauty in patterns we might miss. Theo's eyes widened. Dust sprites. He'd heard whispers of them, creatures woven from moonlight and cobwebs, who tended the hidden corners of the world. But why are they tidying Willowbrook and getting it wrong? Agnes chuckled softly. Perhaps they mean well, perhaps they're lost or confused, or maybe, she mused, looking thoughtfully at Marmalade, who had curled up on a warm sack of flour, they sense a change, a small discord they're trying in their own way to mend. Look for the pattern they see, Theo, not the one we expect, and look for where the dust is thickest. That might lead you to them. Armed with Agnes's wisdom, Theo became a gentle detective. He observed with fresh eyes. He noticed that the rearranged sprinkles formed a perfect, if nonsensical, rainbow spectrum. The altered knitting stitches, while wrong for the shawl, created a beautiful, intricate lattice pattern all on their own. The upside-down walking stick. Its carved creatures faced the rising sun perfectly when placed that way. The sprites weren't making mistakes. They were imposing a different kind of order, one based on color, symmetry, or light. Following the faint trails of star-thistle pollen, shimmering like tiny fallen constellations on the cobblestones only visible at certain angles, Theo and Marmalade were led deeper into Willowbrook, towards the older part of the village where ivy climbed thickly over stone walls. The trail grew stronger near the ancient, disused mill house by the river bend. Its great water wheel stood silent, draped in moss. The pollen dust seemed to glow brighter here, especially near a crack in the old mill's foundation, half hidden behind a curtain of ferns. Theo knelt, his heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. Marmalade sat beside him, tail twitching. Theo peered into the crack. It wasn't just a crack, it opened into a small, shadowed space beneath the mill's stone floor. And there, catching the dappled afternoon light filtering through the ferns, was the source of the shimmering dust. Nestled on a bed of impossibly soft, silver moss were 5 tiny creatures. Dust sprites. They were delicate, almost translucent, their bodies seeming woven from cobwebs and moonbeams. Their hair was like spun thistledown, one pale blue, one silvery gray, one golden, one rose pink, and one moss green. Tiny, luminous eyes like captured stars blinked at him. They wore minute waistcoats fashioned from petals and beetle wings. Around them, arranged with meticulous care, were the missing items, a single pearl from Mrs. Gable's knitting basket, a sprinkle shaped like a tiny star, a sliver of polished brass from a doorknob, and a single, perfect dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. They weren't stealing, they were collecting beauty, creating their own miniature, perfect order. One sprite, the one with moss-green hair, was meticulously polishing a tiny acorn cap with a scrap of cloth. Another, the rose-pink one, was carefully arranging the sprinkle, the pearl, the brass sliver, and the dewdrop into a symmetrical pattern on the moss. They hummed a sound so high and soft it was like the ringing of distant frost. They hadn't noticed Theo yet. He understood. They weren't lost or malicious. They were homesick. The Whisper Woods glade, Agnes had said, was where the star-thistle bloomed. The old mill, with its deep shadows and quiet river sounds, felt safe, but it wasn't their moonlit glade. They were trying to recreate a sense of their lost order and beauty here, using fragments from the village they found lovely or intriguing. Their tidying was an attempt to make this new place feel like home, according to their own delicate sensibilities. Theo didn't startle them. He sat very still, breathing softly. Marmalade gave a low, reassuring purr. Slowly, Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone he always carried, striped with bands of gray and white. He placed it gently on the ground just outside the crack, not too close. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a piece of Willowbrook's order. The sprites froze. Their tiny star eyes fixed on the stone, then lifted to Theo's face. There was no fear, only intense curiosity. The moss-green sprite floated closer, hovering near the stone, tilting its head. "You like beautiful things," Theo whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling ferns. "We have beautiful things in Willowbrook, but maybe the Whisper Woods glade misses its beautiful things too. The star thistle needs its pollen," Agnes says. The sprites exchanged glances, their tiny forms shimmering. The rose-pink one pointed a minuscule finger towards the deeper woods, then back at their collection of treasures. A soft chime of sound, like tiny bells, echoed their confusion. Theo had an idea. He remembered Agnes mentioning the full moon was tonight. "The star thistle blooms tonight," he said softly. "Under the moon, it must be very beautiful in your glade then. Maybe you could take your beautiful things back, show them the moonlight." He gently nudged the river stone a fraction closer. "You can keep this, a piece of Willowbrook to remember, if you like." Understanding seemed to dawn in their luminous eyes. They chimed softly to each other. The moss-green sprite darted forward, impossibly light, and touched the river stone. It vanished, presumably tucked into some tiny, unseen pocket. Then with swift, delicate movements, they gathered their precious collection: the pearl, the sprinkle, the brass sliver, the dewdrop. One by one they floated out of the crack, hovering for a moment before Theo. They dipped in tiny, graceful bows. Then, like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze, they zipped away, a shimmering trail of star thistle pollen marking their path back towards the heart of the Whisper Woods. Theo watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Marmalade bumped his head against Theo's hand, purring loudly. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a different kind of quiet. Mrs. Gable found her knitting untouched, the pattern perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock's walking stick stood right side up. Agnes's sprinkles were back in their alphabetical jars. But there were small, beautiful differences. On every doorstep lay a single, perfect autumn leaf, arranged just so. On the bridge railing, someone had woven a tiny, intricate wreath of dried river grass and wildflowers. And outside the bakery, perfectly centered, lay Theo's striped river stone. The mystery was solved. The village sighed a collective breath of gentle wonder. Agnes smiled knowingly at Theo when he came in for a warm cinnamon bun. "You found them then?" she asked, her voice warm as the oven. Theo nodded, biting into the sweet, soft bread. "They were just homesick, trying to make things beautiful their own way." Agnes poured him a small cup of milky tea. "A wise observation, young Theo. Sometimes what seems like chaos is just a different kind of order. And kindness," she added, placing the river stone back into his hand, "is the best way to understand it. They left us beauty in return." Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful flow. The brass doorknobs stayed polished. The flower pots remained slightly turned to catch the morning sun, small reminders of the dust sprite's visit. Occasionally, on nights when the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, villagers might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering forms dancing near the edge of the Whisper Woods, or find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop on a windowsill. But the strange rearrangement stopped. The dust sprites were home, tending their moonlit glade, perhaps occasionally admiring a striped river stone under the stars. Theo kept the stone on his windowsill. It reminded him that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not by fear, but by quiet watching, a wise friend and a kind heart. And as he drifted off to sleep each night in his cozy room, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke drifting through the window, he sometimes fancied he could hear the faintest, sweetest chime on the breeze, a lullaby from the woods, a whisper of thanks carried on the stardust. All was peaceful, all was understood, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook and the world beyond felt just right. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of '63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along then, the others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Leora," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a story-keeper," Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. "Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory—" Her voice dimmed. "The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together." Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. "Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, "never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is." A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. "Took your time," the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. "I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also." She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. "We're being followed." The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. "I'm Kayla," she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. "The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake." Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. "This isn't a quest for gathering," Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. "It's a journey of listening." Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others: a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new storykeeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them: a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a three-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Gratharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Gratharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In a cozy valley where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew their leaves in polka-dot patterns, there lived 3 peculiar friends. First was a dragon with scales the color of a stormy twilight who collected teacups. Not gold or jewels, mind you, but delicate porcelain teacups with floral patterns and gilded edges. His name was Ponder, and his sneezes made little puffs of lavender-scented smoke. His best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a sweater knitted from actual sunset colors and carried a crook that hummed when it rained. Nimbus tended a flock of fluffy, docile clouds that drifted over the valley, occasionally dripping gentle rain that tasted faintly of lemonade. The third friend was a dream painter called Lumina, who carried a palette of soft, glowing colors and painted dreams onto children's windowsills at night. Her brushes were made of dandelion fluff and spider silk, and she always had a pocket full of stardust for particularly vivid nightmares that needed extra softening. One afternoon, the 3 friends gathered at the upside-down tea shop, where the tables hung from the ceiling and the chairs clung to the floor, and the teapots poured upwards. Ponder was particularly excited. He had just added a splendid new teacup to his collection, one with butterflies that seemed to flutter when steam rose from the tea. "Oh, it's simply splendid," Ponder exclaimed, holding the cup delicately between his claws. "I found it near the Whispering Wells, where the puddles reflect yesterday's weather." Nimbus nodded, sipping his tea which, true to the shop's nature, flowed upward into his mouth. "Lovely," he murmured. "But my clouds have been acting rather peculiar today. They keep hiccuping." As if on cue, one of Nimbus's clouds drifted too close to the tea shop and let out a soft hic-hic whoosh, releasing a shower of tiny, shimmering raindrops that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Lumina smiled, stirring her tea with a brush. "Perhaps they've caught a case of the giggles," she suggested. "It's going around. I had to paint extra laughter into little Milo's dream last night." But just then, Ponder felt a tickle in his snout. "Oh dear," he said, his nostrils twitching. "I think I'm about to achoo." Now, a dragon's sneeze is no small thing. This one came with a puff of lavender smoke and a sound like a confused trumpet, honk-shom, and it sent Ponder's new teacup flying from his claws. The cup soared through the air, spinning gracefully, before landing right side up on a floating saucer that had been drifting lazily near the ceiling. For a moment, everything was still. Then the butterflies on the cup began to flutter in earnest, and the teacup lifted gently into the air, floating like a tiny, porcelain hot air balloon. "Oh my," said Ponder, his eyes wide. "I didn't know it could do that." Nimbus chuckled. "It seems your sneeze enchanted it." But their amusement turned to concern when the teacup drifted out the open window, bobbing merrily on the breeze. The 3 friends rushed outside, which, in the upside-down tea shop, meant climbing down from the ceiling and up from the floor, and watched as the cup floated toward the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled on the inside of the branches. "We must retrieve it," said Ponder anxiously. "It's one of my favorites." So off they went, following the floating teacup on its whimsical journey. Nimbus whistled, and one of his clouds, a particularly fluffy one named Cumulo, drifted down to carry them. They climbed aboard, and Cumulo set off with a soft whoosh, floating after the enchanted cup. As they sailed over the backwards river, which flowed from the sea to the mountains, much to the confusion of the fish, they noticed something odd. The teacup seemed to be leaving a trail of sparkling, steam-like mist behind it. Where the mist touched the water, the river burbled happily and began flowing sideways for a moment before remembering itself and continuing backwards. "It's causing quite the stir," Lumina observed, her dream painter's eyes noticing the way the mist made the world just a little dreamier. Soon they reached the inside-out forest. The trees were indeed inside out, with the smooth, pale wood on the outside and the rough bark hidden within. The leaves rustled softly from inside the trunks, creating a sound like far-away whispers. The teacup floated gently between the trees, occasionally pausing as if admiring the view. But then disaster. Well, a very gentle, silly disaster. The cup drifted too close to a sneezy, snapping tulip, a flower that, when approached, would let out a pollen sneeze that sounded like a tiny achoo-boing. The tulip sneezed, and the burst of pollen sent the teacup spinning off course, right into a thicket of giggle grass. Now giggle grass is exactly what it sounds like, grass that giggles when touched. As the cup landed among the blades, the whole patch erupted into soft, tinkling laughter. Tee-hee-hee-hick. The grass giggled so hard that it tangled around the teacup, holding it fast. "Oh dear," said Ponder, as they landed Cumulo nearby. "However will we get it out?" Nimbus tried using his crook to gently untangle the grass, but the grass just giggled harder and wrapped itself tighter. Lumina attempted to paint a calming dream onto the grass, but the giggles were too contagious, and soon she was chuckling too. Ponder had an idea. "Perhaps if I sneeze again," he suggested. "The first sneeze made it float, maybe another will reverse it." So he concentrated, thinking of ticklish feathers and fuzzy caterpillars, until he felt a sneeze building. Chew. This sneeze was even more powerful than the last. It came with a burst of peppermint-scented smoke and a sound like a kazoo being sat on, FOOMP honk. The force of it blew the giggle grass flat, and the teacup, freed from its tangled prison, shot straight up into the air. But now it had too much energy. Instead of floating gently, it zipped around like a confused bumblebee, buzzing past their heads and leaving loops of sparkly mist in its wake. "It's gone hyper," cried Nimbus, ducking as the cup whizzed by his ear. Lumina watched the cup's chaotic path, her head tilted. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think it's not the sneeze that's the problem. It's their excitement. The cup is overstimulated." Ponder blinked. "Overstimulated? How do we calm down a teacup?" "With tea, of course," Lumina replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So they hurried back to the upside-down tea shop, with a hyperactive teacup zipping and zooming behind them. Once there, Ponder quickly prepared a pot of his most soothing tea, Sleepytime lavender with a hint of honeyed moonbeam. As the tea steamed upwards from the pot, Lumina gently guided the frantic cup with her brush, herding it toward the soft, rising steam. The cup hesitated, then dipped slightly, as if sniffing the aroma. Slowly it descended until it was hovering right above the teapot, basking in the warm, calming vapors. The butterflies on its surface stopped their frantic fluttering and began to move in slow, graceful patterns. The sparkly mist trailing behind it faded to a gentle glow. With a soft plink, the cup settled onto the table, right side up and perfectly calm. Ponder let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. He carefully poured tea into the cup, and they all watched as the steam rose in lazy curls. Nimbus smiled. "It just needed a little stillness," he said. Lumina nodded. "Sometimes when things get too hectic, all we need is a warm cup of tea and a quiet moment." They sat together, sipping tea as the upside-down shop gently swayed. Outside, Nimbus's clouds drifted peacefully, no longer hiccuping. The backwards river flowed serenely on its confusing but cheerful path, and the inside-out forest whispered its inside-leaf secrets. That night, as Lumina painted dreams onto windowsills, she made sure to include a little floating teacup in each one, drifting calmly through a starlit sky. And if the children smiled in their sleep, well, that was exactly as it should be. And so, in that valley where rivers flowed backwards and trees wore polka dots, three friends learned that even the most frantic of days could be softened with patience, friendship, and a good cup of tea. The fire crackles softly now, and the stars twinkle outside your window. May your dreams be gentle and your rest be deep. Good night. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it. A reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. a world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In a quiet little house at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the scent of old books and cinnamon always lingered in the air, there lived a young girl who often felt that her world was just a little too small. Her name was Lily, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for something extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a well-loved gray blanket, and the sound of droplets played a soft, rhythmic melody against the window panes, Lily found herself wandering up to the attic. The stairs creaked gently beneath her feet, a familiar, comforting sound, like an old friend greeting her. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed letters, and boxes filled with memories waiting to be rediscovered. As she brushed a cobweb from an old wooden chest, her fingers traced the carvings on its lid, swirls and stars that seemed to tell a story of their own. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled among faded linens and bundles of dried lavender, was a small, tarnished compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, and around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads." Lily's breath caught. She lifted the compass, its metal cool against her palm, and as she did, the needle stilled, pointing not toward any window or door, but toward the far corner of the attic, where an old, moth-eaten tapestry hung. Curious, she approached, and as she drew nearer, the needle began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a gentle push, the tapestry swung aside, revealing a small, hidden door she had never noticed before. It was just large enough for her to slip through. Heart pounding not with fear, but with wonder, she turned the brass knob and stepped into a space that shouldn't have existed. Instead of the musty darkness of the attic's eaves, she found herself in a cozy, circular room lined with bookshelves that reached toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. A fireplace crackled merrily in one corner, though no firewood lay within it, and the flames seemed to dance to some silent, joyful tune. And there, curled in a plush armchair by the fire, was a large, ginger cat. It blinked slowly at her, its eyes the color of amber, and a rumbling purr filled the room like the sound of a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," the cat said, its voice a warm, velvety murmur. "I am Ember. You found the heart's compass, I see." Lily stared, too astonished to speak. "Don't be alarmed," Ember purred, stretching lazily. "This is the Chamber of Whispers. It appears to those who are ready to listen, to themselves and to others." The compass in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and its needle now pointed toward a large, leather-bound book on a nearby table. Ember nudged it with his paw. "That," he said, "is the Book of Lost Courage. It has been waiting for you." Lily opened the book. Its pages were blank. "It won't show you anything until you're ready to face what holds you back," Ember explained. "The compass has brought you here because you seek something, not out there, but in here." He tapped a paw gently over his heart. Just then a soft, tinkling sound filled the air, like distant wind chimes. From behind a bookshelf stepped a small, round woman with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 cups. "Ah, a visitor, I am Alara, the keeper of this chamber," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "I thought you might like some peppermint tea. It's excellent for calming nerves and stirring courage." As Lily sipped the warm, fragrant tea, she found herself telling them about her quiet fears, how she longed to speak up in class, to make new friends, to explore beyond her garden gate, but something always held her back, a whisper of doubt that grew louder in the silence. Alara listened intently, her eyes kind. "Courage, my dear, is not the absence of fear," she said. "It is the choice to take one small step forward even when you are afraid, and you have already taken the first step by coming here." The compass glowed again, and its needle shifted, pointing now toward a small, ornate key hanging on a hook beside the fireplace. "Ah," said Ember, leaping down from his chair. "That key unlocks the next part of your journey, but be warned, the path ahead may feel dark and you must face it alone. We cannot go with you." Lily's heart fluttered, but she took the key. As she did, a door she hadn't noticed before appeared in the wall, a door of dark, polished wood with a keyhole shaped like a star. With a deep breath, she inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door swung open to reveal not another room, but a pathway through a forest under a twilight sky. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. "Remember," Alara said gently, "the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Listen to your heart, it will guide you." Lily stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. The forest was dim, but not frightening. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted like living stars among the trees. She walked for what felt like both moments and ages, the compass warm in her hand, its needle glowing steadily ahead. Soon she came to a clearing where a small stone well stood, its rim worn smooth by time. From within the well came a sound, a soft, hesitant crying. Peering over the edge, Lily saw not water, but shadows shifting and swirling. And there, trapped within them, was a faint, shimmering light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She knew without knowing how that this was the source of the fear that sometimes gripped her, the doubt that kept her voice small and her world narrow. "Hello," she called softly. The crying stopped. "Who's there?" a small voice echoed from below. "It's me," Lily said. I think I'm here to help." The light flickered. "I'm afraid," it whispered. "It's so dark down here." Lily's own fear rose in her throat, but she pushed it down. Kindness, she remembered, not force. "Would you like me to keep you company?" she asked. For a long moment there was silence. Then, "Yes, please." So Lily sat by the well, and she began to talk. She talked about her home, her books, the way rain sounded on the roof, the taste of warm bread with honey. She talked about the friends she wished she had, the stories she longed to tell. And as she spoke, the light in the well grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to retreat. When she paused, the voice from below said, "Tell me about the stars." So Lily looked up at the emerging stars in the twilight sky and described them. How they glittered like diamonds scattered on velvet, how some seemed to wink as if sharing a secret. "You make it sound beautiful," the voice said, and now it sounded closer, warmer. "It is beautiful," Lily replied. "And so are you. You don't have to be afraid." There was a soft, sighing sound, and then the light rose from the well, not bursting forth, but drifting up like a dandelion seed on the breeze. It hovered before her, a gentle golden radiance that felt familiar and dear. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so lonely." Then it floated toward her and settled over her heart, filling her with a warmth that spread through her entire being. She felt lighter, braver. The path back through the forest seemed shorter this time, and when she reached the door, it opened easily. Ember and Alara were waiting, their faces lit with smiles. "You did it," Alara said, her eyes sparkling. "You faced the darkness with kindness, and you brought your courage home." The Book of Lost Courage now lay open on the table, and on its pages were written, in glowing ink, the story of what had just happened. The tale of a girl who learned that courage is found not by avoiding fear, but by meeting it with an open heart. Lily picked up the compass. Its needle now pointed steadily toward the door leading back to her attic. She knew it was time to return. "Will I see you again?" she asked. Ember purred. "Whenever you need to remember your courage, just listen. We are always here, in the whispers of your heart." With a final, grateful smile, Lily stepped back through the hidden door into the attic. The tapestry swung shut behind her, and when she turned to look, it appeared just as ordinary as before. But the compass remained in her hand, its glow fading to a soft, warm hum. That night, as she lay in bed, the sound of rain gentle against the window, she felt different. The world outside might still be large and sometimes intimidating, but her heart felt wider, brighter. She knew now that adventure wasn't about how far she traveled, but how deeply she listened, to others and to herself. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, she thought she heard the distant chime of bells, the rustle of pages turning, and the contented purr of a ginger cat, all blending into a lullaby of courage and comfort, reminding her that even the smallest heart could hold the greatest bravery. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, The friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The view screen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a Glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. Grab, he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. Careful, he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. Safe, they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. That when pull up. Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see. Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. You stay on ship. Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. After repairs, new mission, maybe. Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. Yes, Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. In the quiet village of Evenfall, nestled between the Whispering Woods and the Starfall River, there was a peculiar sort of magic that settled over the cobblestone streets every evening. It wasn't the kind of magic that roared or flashed, but rather the sort that hummed softly in the background. The gentle chime of the clock tower marking each hour with silver bells, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets with the wind, and the way the fireflies seemed to dance in time with some unheard melody. The villagers of Evenfall were accustomed to small wonders. Their flowers sometimes changed color overnight, their cats could understand 3 languages, and their bread always rose perfectly no matter the weather. But lately something unusual had been happening, something that even the oldest residents found peculiar. It began with the stars. Not all of them, mind you. Just one particular constellation known as the Silver Harp, which normally shone directly above the village square every night at 8 o'clock. Over the past week, the stars forming the harp had begun disappearing, one by one, until only 3 remained where there should have been 7. This would have been concerning enough, but another strange occurrence accompanied the vanishing stars. Every evening precisely at 7, The hands on the village clock tower would pause for exactly 7 minutes, then slowly begin turning backwards until they reached 6:45, before resuming their normal forward motion. During these 50 minutes, the rain, which fell gently every evening in evenfall, would appear to rise back up into the clouds, and the scent of freshly baked cinnamon bread from the village bakery would reverse its path through the streets, returning to the ovens from which it came. Most villagers simply accepted these happenings with the same calm acceptance they afforded all of evenfall's quirks. But a young woman named Clara, who tended the village's moonflower garden, found herself particularly intrigued. She had always been observant, noticing which flowers bloomed first after winter, which birds built their nests where, and how the sunlight fell differently through the stained glass windows of the library each season. One evening, as Clara watered her moonflowers, which had begun glowing a faint lavender instead of their usual silver, she heard the clock tower chime 7 times. The last note hung in the air longer than it should have, shimmering like visible sound. Then, as had become customary, the clock hands paused. Clara watched as Mrs. Higgins, the baker's wife, walked backwards out of her shop, the delicious scent of cinnamon retreating with her. Mr. Abernathy, the postmaster, slowly reversed his steps from the mailbox to his front door. And high above, Clara noticed with a soft gasp, one of the remaining stars in the Silver Harp constellation winked out entirely. She decided then that she would solve this gentle mystery. The next morning, Clara visited the village library, a circular building with a domed ceiling painted to mirror the night sky. The librarian, an elderly man named Finnegan with spectacles that magnified his kind eyes, was rearranging books that had apparently reshelved themselves overnight. "Good morning, Clara," he said without looking up. "The astronomy section is particularly restless today. The books keep migrating to the poetry aisle." "Mr. Finnegan," Clara began, "have you noticed the stars disappearing?" Finnegan peered at her over his spectacles. "I have indeed, and the clock and the rain and the cinnamon scent. Not to mention my tea has been cooling rather than warming itself lately. Most peculiar. Do you think there might be something in the old village records, some explanation for what's happening?" Finnegan gestured toward a dusty corner where scrolls and leather-bound journals were kept. "You're welcome to look, though I should warn you. Those records have a tendency to show you what you need rather than what you're looking for." Clara spent the morning poring over the ancient documents. She found birth records, weather journals, and accounts of particularly spectacular sunsets, but nothing about disappearing stars or backwards time. Just as she was about to give up, a small, unbound piece of parchment slipped from between the pages of a gardening manual. On it was written a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the harp loses its silver strings, and backwards the clock tower rings. When colors shift and scents retreat, follow the path where light and shadow meet. Seek what was lost in memories deep, where the silent forest secrets keep." Clara read the rhyme 3 times, committing it to memory. "Follow the path where light and shadow meet," she murmured. That sounded like something to do with twilight, that magical hour when day and night embraced. That evening, as the clock struck 7 and the world began its gentle reversal, Clara stood in the village square watching carefully. She noticed something she hadn't before. A path of shimmering light appeared between the clock tower and the edge of the whispering woods, visible only during those 15 minutes when time flowed backwards. The path seemed to be made of starlight and shadow intertwined. The next day, Clara followed her first clue. She visited the clock tower first, climbing the spiraling staircase to the mechanism room where giant gears turned with quiet precision. The clock keeper, a woman named Beatrice with hair the color of moonlight, was polishing the brass gears with a soft cloth. "Hello, dear," Beatrice said without turning around. "Come about the backwards ticking, I presume." "Yes," Clara said. "Has this ever happened before?" Beatrice shook her head. Not in my lifetime, but my grandmother used to tell stories about the Great Remembering, a time when the village had to recover something precious it had forgotten. She said the stars would dim and time would stutter until what was lost was found again. What was lost? Alara asked eagerly. Beatrice smiled gently. That, my dear, is the question, isn't it? My grandmother never said, only that the answer would be different each time. Alara thought about the nursery rhymes line, seek what was lost in memories deep. Perhaps she needed to talk to the oldest residents of Evenfall. Her next visit was to the Starfall River, where an ancient turtle named Orion, who was rumored to be as old as the village itself, sunbathed on a smooth stone. The water of the river flowed with tiny, sparkling lights that resembled fallen stars. Orion, Alara said respectfully, have you noticed the stars disappearing from the silver harp? The turtle slowly opened one eye. I have, he said in a voice like stones rubbing together underwater. But stars cannot truly disappear, they can only be forgotten. Forgotten. Alara knelt by the riverbank. How does one forget a star? Not the star itself, Orion explained, but what it represents. Every star in our sky holds a memory, a story, a promise, a moment of kindness. When the memory fades, so does the star. Alara thought about this. So if the silver harp is disappearing, it means we're forgetting something important. Orion dipped his head in a slow nod. Something the village needs to remember. This gave Alara an idea. She spent the next 2 days visiting every villager, asking them about their memories, particularly any connected to the number 7, since 7 stars were missing, and the strange happenings lasted 7 minutes. Mrs. Higgins remembered that 7 years ago, her cinnamon bread had won first prize at the Harvest Festival. Mr. Abernathy recalled that exactly 7 generations of his family had served as postmasters. The children at the schoolhouse proudly informed Alara that 7 of them had lost their first teeth this month. These were delightful discoveries, but none seemed connected to the disappearing stars. Then Alara had another thought. What if the memories weren't personal but collective? What if the village had forgotten something they once shared? She returned to the library and asked Finnegan if there were any community events that had happened exactly 7 years ago. Finnegan's magnified eyes blinked slowly. 7 years ago, let me think. That was the year we stopped holding the Starlight Festival. It used to be our most beloved tradition. Everyone would gather in the square, share stories under the stars, and the children would play harps while the adults sang songs of gratitude. Why did we stop? Alara asked. Finnegan adjusted his spectacles. If I recall correctly, it was because of a particularly rainy season. The festival was canceled for 3 years in a row, and somehow we never started it up again. People found other ways to spend their evenings, I suppose. Alara felt a tingle of excitement. The silver harp constellation, the backwards time, the retreating rain, it all seemed connected to this forgotten festival. That evening, as the clock began its backwards dance, Alara stood in the village square with a new understanding. She watched as the rain lifted back into the clouds, as the cinnamon scent retreated to the bakery, as the villagers moved in reverse, and she realized they weren't just moving randomly. They were retracing their steps from 7 years ago, from the last Starlight Festival. The path of light and shadow appeared again, and this time Alara followed it, not to the edge of the woods, but to the center of the village square, where it formed a perfect circle. In the center of that circle, barely visible, shimmered the faint outline of a harp made of starlight. Alara reached out, and though her hand passed through the image, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers. And in that moment she understood. The village hadn't just forgotten a festival. They had forgotten to be grateful for their shared moments, for coming together under the stars, for the simple magic of community. The next day, Alara went from house to house again, but this time she wasn't asking questions. She was inviting everyone to a new starlight festival that evening. "It's been 7 years," she told each villager. "The stars miss our songs." At first, people were hesitant. They had evening routines, chores to finish, books to read. But something in Alara's conviction, and perhaps the peculiar happenings, convinced them to come. As twilight settled over Evenfall, something remarkable happened. The villagers began gathering in the square, carrying lanterns and blankets and musical instruments. Children brought their small harps, just as they had 7 years before. Mrs. Higgins distributed fresh cinnamon bread that steamed in the cool evening air. And Mr. Abernathy brought his grandfather's star charts to share. Then, as the clock struck 7, instead of pausing and turning backwards, it chimed 7 times with particular brilliance, and the hands continued forward. The gentle rain held off, as if waiting. And high above, one by one, the stars of the silver harp began reappearing, burning brighter with each new voice that joined the singing. Alara stood watching as the constellation completed itself, shining more brilliantly than anyone could remember. The moonflowers in her garden glowed their proper silver again, and the scent of cinnamon bread wafted properly through the streets, forward in time like it should. Finnegan approached her, his spectacles gleaming in the starlight. "You solved the mystery," he said softly. Alara smiled. "The village solved it together. We just needed to remember what was important." As the singing continued under the restored stars, Alara noticed something else. New stars had appeared in the sky, forming patterns no one had seen before. A baker's hat near Mrs. Higgins' favorite constellation, a book near Finnegan's usual stargazing spot, a turtle shape swimming beside Orion's river. The great remembering had not just brought back what was lost, it had added new memories to the sky, new stories to tell. And from that night on, the Starlight Festival was held every month, regardless of weather. The clock tower never turned backwards again, though it did sometimes chime in harmony with the children's harps. The rain fell gently forward, and the scents of the village drifted properly through the streets. But sometimes, if you listened very carefully as the clock struck 7, you could hear the faint echo of silver bells from a time that almost was, and see the ghost of a path where light and shadow met. A reminder that some mysteries aren't meant to frighten, but to bring us back to what we've forgotten to cherish. And in the village of Evenfall, under a sky now filled with remembered and new stars, everyone slept a little more peacefully, knowing that their stories were written in the heavens, and their community was held together by the gentle magic of shared gratitude. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing like golden memories against the stone hearth. In the flickering light, shadows stretched and curled into shapes that almost looked like faces, like hands reaching across time. And in that warm, ancient glow, a story begins to unfold, a story of roots that run deep and remembrance that bridges generations. Lena lived in a small apartment in the city, where the stars were often hidden behind the glare of streetlights, and the past felt like something that happened to other people. She was a weaver of tapestries, her fingers skilled at threading colors into patterns, yet she often felt a peculiar emptiness, as if her own life's pattern was missing a crucial thread. One autumn afternoon, a package arrived from her grandmother's old house in the countryside, a house Lena hadn't visited since she was a child. Inside, swathed in tissue paper that smelled faintly of lavender and thyme, was a music box. It was carved from dark, rich wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Tucked beside it was a note in her grandmother's elegant script, "For you, my dear. May it help you find your song." Lena lifted the lid. Instead of a melody, the box played a soft, rhythmic ticking, like a heartbeat or the gentle fall of rain on leaves. And with that sound came a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind sighing through an unseen crack. "Remember, remember." That night, Lena dreamed. She stood in a forest she somehow knew, though she had never walked there in waking life. Ancient oaks stretched toward a sky scattered with stars clearer and brighter than any she had ever seen. A woman was waiting beneath the largest tree, her form woven from dappled moonlight and shadow. She wore a dress patterned with constellations, and her eyes held the patient depth of roots delving deep into the earth. "You've come," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Elena. I have been waiting." Waiting for what? Lena asked, her own voice small in the vast, quiet wood. "For you to listen," Elena replied. "The music box does not play a tune, it holds time, it holds stories, and it is time for you to hear them." She placed a hand on the oak's bark, and the tree seemed to hum in response. "Our family has always been keepers of stories," Elena said. "We are the rememberers, but remembering is not about holding on to old things. It is about understanding why they mattered and carrying their meaning forward." Then she began to sing, her voice low and soothing, a melody that wove through the dream like a silver thread. "Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep, listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told." When Lena woke, the words of the lullaby lingered in her mind, gentle and persistent. The music box sat on her bedside table, silent now. But she could still feel the forest's cool breath, still see Elena's starry eyes. Over the following days, Lena found herself drawn to the music box. Sometimes, when the light hit it just right, she would catch glimpses in the mother of pearl, not her own reflection, but other faces, other places. A young woman stitching a quilt under a lantern's glow, a man charting stars onto parchment, a child learning to knead dough for bread that had been made the same way for generations. One evening, as the first winter frost painted her window pane, Lena opened the music box once more. The rhythmic ticking began, and this time she felt herself slipping not into sleep, but into a waking dream. She was no longer in her apartment. She stood in a cozy kitchen where the air smelled of yeast and honey. A woman with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands was teaching a little girl how to braid a loaf of bread. The woman hummed as she worked, and Lena recognized the melody, the same lullaby from her dream. "Now, my dove," the woman said to the child, "remember, the bread is not just flour and water. It is patience. It is care. It is the warmth of your hands giving life to the dough. This is your great-grandmother's recipe, but it becomes yours each time you make it with love." Lena watched, mesmerized, as the woman shaped the dough with practiced hands, her movements a dance of grace and purpose. She sang softly, "Knead the dough with gentle hands, as time itself like hourglass sands. Through generations does softly flow. What we make with love will grow." Then the scene shifted. Lena was in a garden at twilight, where an old man was showing a boy how to plant seeds. "Every seed holds a story," the man said, his voice raspy but warm. "It remembers the rain that fell, the sun that shone, the hands that saved it from last year's harvest. When you plant it, you are not just growing food, you are continuing a conversation that began long before you were born." He touched the soil reverently. "This is how we speak to the future, not with words alone, but with actions, with planting, with nourishing." Again the familiar lullaby wove through the air, sung by the man this time, his voice a low, steady rumble. Lena drifted through more visions, a woman mending a quilt, each patch a memory stitched together with intention. A young man learning to read the night sky, connecting stars into stories that guided travelers home. A girl listening to her grandfather's tales of kindnesses given and received, each one a pebble creating ripples across time. In every vision, the same themes echoed. Heritage was not a static thing to be preserved behind glass. It was alive, breathing in the daily acts of making, nurturing, guiding, comforting. It lived in the bread shared with a neighbor, in the seeds planted for a season not one's own, in the stories told to soothe a fearful child. And always the lullaby was there, a thread connecting them all. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep. Listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep. One night, Lena found herself back in the moonlit forest with Elena. This time other figures stood among the trees, the bread maker, the gardener, the stargazer, the quilt mender. They were all smiling, their eyes holding the same gentle light. You see, Elena said, her voice blending with the whisper of the leaves. We are not just memories, we are the choices we made, the love we gave, the wisdom we passed on. The music box does not hold our voices, it holds the echo of our actions, and now it is your turn. Lena looked down at her own hands, the hands that wove tapestries but had never planted a seed, never baked bread, never guided anyone by the stars. But I don't know how, she whispered. I've spent so long feeling disconnected. What if I forget? What if I fail? The bread maker stepped forward. You already remember, she said. You have been listening, the remembering is in the doing. The gardener nodded. You do not need to live in the past to honor it. You need only live with purpose in the present. Then from among them, a figure emerged that made Lena's breath catch. It was her grandmother, looking just as she had when Lena was small, her eyes crinkled with warmth. My dear Lena, her grandmother said, I always feared you would feel alone in the city, cut off from where you came from. That is why I sent you the music box, not to tie you to the past, but to show you that you carry it with you, in your hands, your heart, your choices. She reached out and touched Lena's cheek, her fingers cool and real. I regret that I did not teach you these things myself while I had the chance. I thought there would be more time, but see, the stories find their way, the love finds its way. Lena felt a tear trace a warm path down her cheek. I miss you, she said softly. And I you, her grandmother replied. But I am not gone. I am in the bread you will bake, the seeds you will plant, the stories you will tell. I am in the lullaby you will sing to your own child one day. She began to sing, and the others joined her, their voices weaving together into a tapestry of sound that filled the forest, filled Lena's heart. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep. Listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep. The tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told. When Lena opened her eyes, she was back in her apartment, the first light of dawn tinting the sky. The music box was silent, but she could still feel the warmth of her grandmother's hand on her cheek. She rose and went to the kitchen. She found a recipe for honey oat bread, one she had never made before, and began to measure and mix. As she kneaded the dough, she hummed the lullaby, her hands learning the rhythm of emotion that was both new and ancient. She planted herbs in pots on her windowsill, whispering blessings into the soil as she had seen the gardener do. She began a new tapestry, weaving into it patterns of stars and seeds, trees and bread loaves, and all the stories she had been given. And that evening, as the fire crackled in her hearth, she opened the music box one last time. The ticking began soft and steady, but now it felt like a companion rather than a mystery. She knew she didn't need the box to remember. She carried the memories in her actions now. She closed the lid and the ticking faded. But the lullaby remained, singing softly in her heart. Years later, Lena would sit with her own daughter on her lap before a fire, weaving stories of star-guided travelers and bread that tasted of love. And she would sing the lullaby, the words now as familiar as her own breath. And sometimes in the flickering light she would see faces in the flames. Elena, the bread maker, the gardener, her grandmother, all smiling, all nodding, their legacy alive not in objects, but in the warm, daily acts of remembering and nurturing. For heritage is not a thing to be stored away. It is a seed planted in the soul, tended by love, and blooming in every kind choice, every shared story, every passed-down song. And so the roots grow deeper. And so the remembering continues. Once upon a time, In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way.